Never Island.
Okay guys, we're back with Island. Well, Never Island. Yeah. I'm like doing this constantly now because I'm really bored. Quarantine does this too, man. Oh god. Clean the fans. It's dirty and dusty. That's a lot of dust. Clean that later.
わかった。続きからだね。確かセツナはこのボタンを。
Again?
セツナ、起きて起きて。
Groggily I rise from the bed. I'm awake, as if I could tell with that alarm clock blaring right next to my ear.
ごめん。
It's alright. Come on, pass it here.
いつもありがとう。
It's stopped working. Is it broken? Well, given up how beat up it is, it's a miracle it's still working at all. There's nothing for it. Last resort. It finally stopped.
さすがセツナ。機械博士だね。私の次くらいに。
Nah, I just took out the batteries. In my hand is some familiar looking manganese batteries. Manganese? Why didn't I realize it before? These batteries, they're still usable!
そうか。
We turned to each other, smiling broadly.
やったねセツナ。これで動かせるよ。カセットプレイヤー。
Still funny. Hooray! We hurriedly take out the cassette player and insert the batteries.
大きくて入らないかも。
Oh, yeah, we're looking for triple A's. But this alarm clock uses double A's. It's a shame they're the wrong size.
待って、電圧は。同じだ。じゃあうまくつなげば動かせるかも。
Oh, she's pretty reliable in times like these.
導線はどこだっけ？こっちじゃなくて。あれ、こっちでもなくて。
Inez starts turning the room upside down for some reason. Then after making a mess of the room...
この間使い切っちゃったんだった。
Maybe she's not so reliable after all. But then...
じゃあ、買い出しに行こう。朝一に何か出てるかも。
Dynamic as ever this morning, I see.
お金よし。おじいちゃんに頼まれてた買い物リストもバッチリ。準備。
I'm about to say I'll tag along too, but... sorry, I've got work. I can't join you. It's sad. Despite all my lofty talk of saving the world, I'm just another working stiff. As an adult, as an upstanding member of society, there's just no way I can change my priorities.
知ってるよ。だから、昨日みたいに途中まで一緒に行こう。あれ？どうしたのセツナ？
Nothing. I was just thinking how put together you are.
もちろんだよ。もう大人だからね。
Dinah puffs out her chest. The room behind her is totally disarray. Though you can be a bit sloppy sometimes.
そんなことないもん。うわよ。
And you're a horrible sleeper. You're all over the place. I was on the verge of choking a few times last night. Dinah's put out expression looks every part that of a child's. I'm sure it's still growing up in these times that's given her this attitude. One that so often puts her elders to shame. If she lived in a world of peace, freedom and hope, she might well have been born in a really different character. Born with a very different character. Can you imagine? Alright. I'm gonna give it my best shot today.
頑張ろうね。
Fighting to make a living for myself.
違うよ。
Yeah, I know. We're fighting to create a world where everyone is free to be themselves. I'm sure I could be true to myself as well in a world like that. Whew. We're finally in the commercial district.
大丈夫？少し休憩する？
Nah, I'm fine. We're only halfway there. Halfway there. Out of breath. I steady my breathing and readjust my rucksack. There's still another set of stairs up to the church. I can't wear myself out here.
そういえば、セツナの配属先ってどこなの？
Oh.
皿洗いって言ってたから、公共区のモーリス記念病院とか？
Yeah, that's it. What you said. Though it's not like I've ever seen or heard of a place like that before.
大変だよね、病院は。最近、栄養失調で入院する人が増えてるって聞くし、配給はちゃんと栄養を考えてあるはずなんだけどね。
Then why are people getting malnourished?
多分だけど、こっそり札なしをかくまってるんじゃないかな。
Like you? When she first found me, some random colorist from God knows where, Dina generously shared her bread with me. And that wasn't the only time. I may have found a job, but I'm not receiving rations yet. Even though the packed lunch in my rucksack must have come from the family's emergency stores. And Nirvan wouldn't even take the money I tried to hand him last night. Oh yeah, I'd better give this to you before I forget. I take out the money left in my pocket and stuff it into Dina's hand.
いいよいいよ、こんなに。お金くらい私だって。
You're going shopping later, aren't you? Just give the change to Nirvan if there's too much.
うん。ありがとう。
Jeez, this kid's just way too nice. Someday, some asshole's going to scam her. She'll give everything up to him and then get tossed aside. I don't know. Maybe I'm worrying too much about her. But my situation with Din at the moment is pretty close to that. Yeah, I really don't want to be that asshole. Feeling someone's gaze on me, I turn around. But all I see is the entrance to a dimly lit alleyway.
どうしたの？
Nothing. I just feel like somebody's watching me.
あ、お金は使うとき以外はね、あんまり外で見せない方がいいよ。
Oh, sorry about that.
ううん。ごめんね。私も言い忘れてたから。
I might look peaceful at first glance, but the island was rife with conflict until just 5 years ago. It might look whoops. Even now, it's a place of suffering and poverty. I have to watch my back. I'm going up. How about you?
私は市場を見てくから、ここでお別れだね。
Honestly, I feel nervous leaving her in such an unsafe place. I'd stick right by her if I could. But that would make me an asshole. I have things I need to do, and they're necessary not just so I can protect my own way of life, but hers too.
お弁当、ちゃんと食べてね。元気が出るよ。
Okay, sorry for always relying on you for this stuff. Instead of saying goodbye, I give her beheaded head another rub.
お仕事頑張ってね、せつな。
Okay, I will. I want to quit already.
何言ってるんですか、せつなさん。まだまだこれからですよ。次は10分後に第2聖堂、そして最後には大聖堂が控えています。
There are loads of mass services today, and it's Sarah's turn to deliver all the sermons. I was convinced the sermons were stuffy, formal things, but I didn't think my expectations would be so readily betrayed. My job is to hold off the crazy Sarah devotees and keep them from getting too close to her. Where on earth do those groupies come from? I wanted to ask them why they weren't at work, but the guard who came over to help me told me that people can take the day off when there's mass. The this world might be freer and more peaceful than I thought.
それで、もしよろしければ感想などお聞かせいただければと。
My thoughts?
いかがでしたでしょうか？私の説教は。
The Sherman, that is. Oh, that's hers. That's her line. I'm retarded. Shut up. Oh, that's what she means. I wasn't able to hear all of it with the shrill voices drowning her out. From what I could hear, I think she's mainly talking about the island's origins. Long ago, the four nations lived in harmony. Then one day, the Fire Nation attacked. That burns. Ouch. Hand sanitizer and cuts don't work. Ouch. Long ago, the nations of the globe prospered. Though small skirmishes kept erupting, it was generally a time of peace. But that period of peace would not last forever. We were plunged into an age of sleep. The first to act was the great empire, far to the north. Struck with famine and cold, they prepared to venture south, to invade the prosperous nation that lay across the border. Similar wars broke out across every land. The nations of Earth were torn apart, and the world was eventually divided into a handful of powerful blocks. It was after coming this far that people finally realized simply stealing from one another doesn't solve anything. Every country threw everything they had against the intensifying chill. One nation tried to create a second sun here on Earth, another looked into colonizing other planets. Others fell into ruin as they scrambled together reckless plans of action. Among them was the Russian Union, which chose to wait out the cold. In their attempt to weather the Ice Age, they built a giant underground shelter. As they decided who should live in the shelter, however, they fell to the infighting. As they decided who should live in the shelter, however, they fell into infighting. Anarchy descended on the Russian Union, and it was said that the pillage and slaughter ran rampant. In fact, by that time, it's doubtful that there were any nations left on the planet. Those who had managed to survive escaped into the neglected island and closed off the gate to prevent outside invasion. They were ancestors of the island's current residents.
人と人との争いによってこの星は一度滅びかけました。このアイランドは人類にとって最後の砦なんです。
That's why they chose of us alive today. That's why those of us alive today must not repeat the same mistakes. We mustn't descend into meaningless conflict again. That about sums up Sarah's sermon. Sarah's lecture was logically explained, easy even for someone as clueless about the island's history as me to follow. But it was also neat that that's undeniably the reason why the story sounds a little made up. Humanity's last frontier, huh? I look over to the rear of the chapel. Situated there is a gate mentioned to her Sherman, the one that connects the island to the outside world. The gate has been under the church's jurisdiction since its inception. It's never been opened, except when the exploitation team was dispatched 5 years ago. Is the outside world really destroyed?
と言いますと
What if there's still a country somewhere on the planet that's flourishing right now? Or failing that, another shelter like the island.
アバロンですね。
Ah, that's right. This kind of wishful thinking is how the fantasy of Avalon was born.
確かに私だって信じたいです。アバロンの存在を。 んなに愚かではないのだ、と。
That's right. People are supposed to be smart. We're smart enough to master multiple languages, fly all over the world, and communicate with others who hold all sorts of different perspectives.
ですが人は、今日まで争うことしかしてきませんでした。
At first, there were great wars between nations, then civil war, and then those same conflicts were repleted this tiny island. How far must we go before people are able to live hand in hand? Even if there were just two people left on Earth, would they still find it impossible to understand one another? I guess so. That's why I'm here. I was never able to see what was right in front of me. In the end, we weren't able to just talk with each other and accept each other. I was a fool, but...
もっとも、過去を嘆いたところで何も始まりません。だからこそ今、思いを一つにする必要があるんです。
She's right. There's still time. The world hasn't ended just yet.
私たちは今、分岐点に立っているんです。
We've reached this point through mistake after mistake. Humanity's last frontier, the island, Eurasia. I'm just gonna say Eurasia. If we make it out of this present situation, we can take the future in our hands. By saving this tiny little island, we can save the world. Right. In the case, I shall dub thee Sarah Blue.
Sarah Blue とは?
Blues are always reliable thinkers. You should become the island's model citizen and guide everyone else here.
はい?
Speak up. Don't think you think you'll make it as blue with that kind of resolve?
はい!
Right, that's better. It's the side chapel next, isn't it? Hey Rangers, move out!
さっきからそれは何なのでしょう?
It's something that Dinne taught me. To always stay positive no matter what the situation. If we do that, we can save the world. Her boobs are no more Sarah Blue.
なんて歌を歌ってるんですか? さすがに少し疲れました。
We sit down on the same bench we did yesterday and proceed to have lunch together. And what do you know? Lunch is the same as it was yesterday. Corn, sandwiches. The main chapel was a big success. They were even clapping at the end.
お恥ずかしい限りです。4回も噛んでしまいましたし。
Don't worry. It was cute.
かわいいですか?
I mean, isn't that partly why so many people came to listen to your sermons? All ceremonies? Whatever. I don't know, man. Don't ask me. I don't mean this is especially serious. Seriously. But Sarah stares off into the sky and lets out a massive sigh.
残念ながら今の私の声はごく一部の住民にしか届きません。本当に届けたい子たちには相手にもされません。
The future rests on their shoulders. I see. If the kids shared that wish of hers, then the island just might be able to change. Did you notice? Sarah, that girl was there in the back corner.
女の子?
The girl who thanked you yesterday. I knew right away from her rather dirty appearance. She must have known about today somehow and decided to come and listen to Sarah's talk. Your voice reached her. Maybe she spread the word to her friends by now. Though she did get dragged out by the guards when they spotted her midway through. But the church's very nature might change one day. Because at its center stands...
だと嬉しいですね。
This girl before me now.
ですが、4回も噛んでしまいましたし。
Seriously, has she still not gotten over that?
壇上に上がるときこけてしまいましたし。
Yeah, that was a Bit embarrassing. Her panties would have been showing if she'd been wearing a short skirt.
しかも途中で催してきてしまいまして。
That's what the weird wriggling was. I didn't need to know that.
緊張してたんです。実は私、大聖堂を任されるのは初めてで、うまく伝わったでしょうか？皆さんの時間を無駄にはしなかったでしょうか？
Jeez. You did a fine job. I wouldn't have known it was your first time if you hadn't told me.
ですが4回も。
If it were me, I'd never been able to speak in front of a crowd that large.
そうなんですか？
I might not look it, but I'm actually pretty shy.
意外すぎます。
And you're rather blunt. Here, you must be thirsty after all that talking. I hand her a flask.
でもこれせつなさんの。
I'm not exactly working my ass off here. I don't mind if you finish it off.
ではなくて、関節キス。
I didn't think she'd be the type to care about stuff like that. Don't worry, I haven't drunk from it yet.
ではお言葉に甘えさせていただきますね。
Sarah brings the neck of the flask to her mouth, then drinks it down in several gulps. Nope. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's just because she's mentioning kissing.
美味しいです。
It was just stinky chlorinated water in there, but her cheeks have reddened and her eyes have narrowed. She is much more important position than I am, and she's been thinking far more seriously about the island than I have. But she's just an ordinary girl. Someone trapped inside the system, tossed around in time's currents. Someone I have to save.
せつなさん。
She places her head on my shoulder. Sarah, what are you? Hey, say something. Instead of giving me a reply, she wraps her arms around me. Wait, Sarah, we're in public. Sarah bounces up into the air and averts her gaze from me.
忘れてください。
Her face is bright red.
そんなに見つめられると。
As if to cool off, Sarah downs the rest of the water in one gulp.
私、なんだか変な気分に。
She looks over to me, her eyes glazed over through in trance. Her eyes glazed over though in a trance. No way, don't tell me she... Give me that flask for a moment. I snatch the flask from Sarah's hand and swill a mouthful myself. What the? This isn't water? This fiery sensation coursing through me. Don't tell me. It's... I root around in my rucksack to look for the health drink I bought yesterday. It's not there.
せつなさん、今口をつけましたね。
What? She's close, too close.
水筒なんかじゃなくて、こっちに。
Her lips. They're closing in on mine?
ここにください。
No. Come on, we're in the park. And even if we weren't... Calm down, Sarah. Return to your senses. I shake her by the shoulders with all my strength. Oh, thank goodness she's back.
すみません。私、つい。
No, it's my fault. That ancient dragon tail stuff is pretty fearsome. And what was it doing in the flask anyways? Didn't it prepared that for me?
お弁当、ちゃんと食べてね。元気が出るよ。
It was her doing, huh? Maybe I'll make her swallow the rest of it by the way of punishment.
せつなさん。
What, and then bang her? Wait, are you still in heat?
下がってなんかいません。失礼ですね、せつなさんは。それより、周りをご覧ください。
Whoa, There are some rubberneckers gathered all around us. I might not be famous, but she certainly is.
行きましょうか。
Yeah. Fleeing from the public eye, we shut ourselves in the lift compartment. I have no idea what the two of us should say to each other trapped in a confined space like this.
なんてものを飲ませるんですか、せつなさんは。
It wasn't me!
しつこく勧めてきたじゃないですか。
I was? Crap, I didn't really know what I've done, but it seems like I've ruined her impression of me. Is she going to fire me now, perhaps? Even exile me?
ああいうのはですね、もう少し親密な関係になってからお願いします。
Well, that was very polite. So, if you haven't shaken off the effects just yet...
そうみたいですね。
I guess that was pretty careless of me. Apologies.
今回だけは許して差し上げないこともなくはないですが。
What on earth does that mean?
特別に不問としましょう。
That would be great, thanks. I let out a sigh. This isn't the first time she's let her guard down in front of me. Maybe that's just the way she is, but... Hey, Sarah. What if there's another reason for it? I'm only asking because you seem knowledgeable about all this stuff. The reason I put this disclaimer first might be because I don't entirely believe it myself. Do you think that reincarnation exists? People are all connected. Parent to child, child to grandchild. That's how people's thoughts, people's wishes get passed down. In that case, her soul might just be...
生まれ変わりは、私たちが掲げる教義の根本にある考え方ですね。死は終わりではなく始まりである。聖典にはそうあります。
That part I can accept. I used to think that when people died, that was the end of it. I used to think that reincarnation was a fantasy. The sort of thing that belonged in legends or folktales. But my story didn't end there. I came to the end, and there was another blank page. But then, what's death? If we're just going to be reincarnated anyway, what's the meaning... What meaning does death have?
生まれ変わるからこそ、人は生をおろそかにしてはいけないんです。
Huh?
死は人生の生産ではありません。生前の業は全て蓄積されていくんです。一瞬でも生をおろそかにすることがあれば、それは未来永劫、私たちにつきまとうことでしょう。
Yeah, she might be right. But then... The world's kind of suffocating, isn't it?
そうですね。いついかなる時も気を抜けないということですからね。
That lapse just now was a big demerit there.
それはもう忘れてください。
Surely it's fine once in a while. I imagine your god would forgive that much.
確かに聖典の教義には多少性に寛容な部分もありますし。
Oh, for example...
接吻は寛易にあらずとか。
I'm pretty sure I've said this once or twice before, but... What kind of religious text is this?
古いものですから、現代の倫理観念とは異なる部分もあるんです。
Perhaps that's why the island's values seem so off. But it's good that they don't teach that just kissing ought to get you the death penalty or anything. Then I'd be done for already. By the way, there isn't like some monthly festival where you get to fondle all the boobs you want, is there?
ありません!
Damn it. That should be a priority. I'll definitely make them include that into the calendar. Something like, Flash Your Boobs Day. Every 10 days.
死んでください!
But then, I'll just be resurrected again and again. Well, if resurrection really does exist, that is.
だったら地獄に落ちちゃってください。
That doesn't sound like a good route.
地獄というのはですね、何階層にも分かれて深い地の底に存在し、それぞれの層では 異なる苦しみが待っているそうですよ。
That's too horrific for words. But if that's hell, then live should be a soft, pleasant thing.
さあ、行きましょうか。子供たちがお腹を空かせて待っています。
Yeah. Hell sounds quite a lot like the island. Maybe I really was reborn in the depths of hell. Given all the bad karma I've assumed, amassed, the crime I'll never be rid of. What do you know, huh? Never Island. In that small open space, amid the maze-like ruins, Sarah and I distributed sandwiches. Though simply placing the basket on the ground and watching from afar hardly constitutes as distributing in my eyes. But if I'm not imagining things, I get the feeling that there are more children than there were yesterday. And actually, the sandwiches are disappearing more quickly than they did yesterday too. Does this mean they're starting to acknowledge the work that Sarah's doing? Hey, you there! No fighting! There's still some left!
ダメですよ、せつなさん。強い言葉をかけては。
Sorry about that. As I turned to look, those children who did show themselves have again struck back in the shadows. Just how many children live here anyways? According to Sarah, nobody knows the real figures. I wonder if it's because there's no point in finding out, or whether it's simply because no one wants to know. Most people prefer to avert their eyes from unpleasant things. Though, not quite everyone.
さて、そろそろ戻りましょうか。
Only Sarah would come down to a place like this for her own volition and acknowledge the presence of these poor kids, believing that to be the path to the future. By the way, how are you? Any nausea?
そんなの、せつなさんのセクハラですっかり吹き飛んでしまいましたよ。
Okie dokie, you can count on me for the journey back.
謹んで遠慮します。
Despite her joking tone, her face does look somewhat pale. She must be pushing herself as to not worry other people. Not for me, of course, but the children. These kids are extremely wary of outsiders. They'd hide at the slightest hint of harshness in their expression. Sarah's tried hard to deal with this by approaching them gently, clearly. There's something almost maternal about it, actually. I wonder. Sarah might even be thinking of becoming their mother. And she's got massive boobs too, to boot.
はいはい、いいから行きますよ。
Sarah scurries away back to the lift. Hey, wait, if you leave me here... I stop. Something's pulling on the leg of my pants. Hey, aren't you that kid from before? I kneel down, but I'm at eye level with the kid. I knew it. She's the kid who came to listen to Sarah's ceremony. What's wrong? Did you need me? What's up with her? I have to go with the corn lady. This time she's pulling on my sleeve. Do you want to take me somewhere? Looks like that's a yes. Sarah, I'm not quite sure, but this kid... Huh? She's gone. Hey, don't pull that hard. I get it already. I really am terrible with kids. She's taking me to one of the ruins facing the square. It's rather dark here, actually. Why didn't you tell me already? What have you brought me here for? Huh? Are you telling me to sit here? I sit down in the spot where she's pointing at. With my eyes finally getting used to the darkness, I'm able to make out a little of my surroundings. It's a filthy room, but it also feels lived in. Is this her room? Don't tell me. The degenerate atmosphere. here. The girl's peculiar forwardness. I see what's going on. I was just flirting a little with Sarah, and this girl got the wrong idea and the wrong end of the stick. Hang on a moment, just so you're aware, I don't have any money. I mean, I wouldn't do anything even if I did. The girl closes in on me and tries to climb on me.
大丈夫。
Okay, what part of this is okay?
声出さないで。
She pushes a finger to my lips, and she uses her other hand to... a frying pan! The next moment, a frying pan comes flying full throttle at my face. Wham. Never Island. You got it wrong. I was framed. I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm telling you. Oh? A dream, huh? I just had the most terrifying dream. I was thrown in jail for soliciting a minor. Yep, it's definitely a dream. No way I'd do something like that in real life. And anyway, I like big boobies. Boobies. Where am I anyway? It's some big empty space, like an old storeroom. The last thing I remember, I believe I was at that girl's house. And why am I on the floor with my hands tied behind my back? Huh, I wonder, could it be... I could be in a bit of a bind.
やっと気がついたか。待ちくたびれたぞ。
Oh god. Her footsteps shuffle closer to me. Damn it, I can't turn my head to see. But that voice definitely belongs to...
ま、いいけどよ。わざわざ上まで迎えに行く手間が省けたしな。
She steps over me and sits down on the sofa in front of me.
ようやく会えたな、Setsuna。
You, Karin. Wait, is Karin, right? She seems a little different from yesterday.
情けねえな。あっさり罠にかかるなんて。
Trap? So you were... The girl from the vault pops up next to Karin. That kind of looks like that, you know, the researcher person thingy crap.
おー、よしよし。よくやったぞ、ピーチ。ほら、飴やるよ。
Peach takes the candy and breaks into a smile. Looking around, it's not just her. There are others, lots of them, staring at me from a distance. They're all little girls. There's a piercing glint in each pair of eyes. They're carrying all sorts of weapons, knives, metal pipes.
難しい話は嫌いだ。簡単に説明するぞ。
Karin pops some candy into her mouth, then continues.
あたしたちはネオアバロン。アイランドの革命軍だ。
Huh?
って言いたかったか？
Suddenly worried, she finally unties my hands and I rub them together. Looking down at my wrists, I find that the hemp rope has left some deep marks. My wrists were tied super tight, but now that you mention it, it didn't hurt at all, weirdly enough.
だろ？そういうのを専門にしてる子がいてさ、うちの稼ぎ頭なんだよ。
I won't ask what else their specialisms entails.
悪いな。あいつらの前であんたに甘い顔するわけにはいかなくてよ。
She laughs wryly at me. That Karin, that's the Karin I know. But she has another side to her. You guys leave the rest to me and get back to work. The one who's issued that order was Karin Kurus, leader of the revolutionary force. Neo Avalon. Didn't Avalon make peace with the church?
和解？誰が言ったんだよ、んなこと。
Karin suddenly shoots a look at me. It was Din. I cut myself short just as I about to say her name. I can't get her involved too. Imoto, not my little sister. It seems extremely weird to be calling her my little sister.
へえ、あんた妹がいたのか。兄弟なんて今時珍しいな。
Oh? I can't be certain, but it seems she's a little more relaxed around me now.
まあ、あんたが何を聞いてるかは大体想像がつくよ。けどな、あんなもん和解でもなんでもねえ。同志は今もアイランド中で息を潜めてる。
Oh, she has comrades?
私はそういう奴らを集めてアバロンを再結成したんだ。
You mean those kids just now? Aren't they all girls?
金が必要なんだよ。稼げねえ男はいらねえよ。
She's clearly bluffing. It was 5 years ago when Avalon and the church were at war. There's no way these kids were part of Avalon back then. And that includes her. Fair enough. What's your goal then?
言ったろ。
Karin suddenly opens one of the crates piled on the ground. It's full of bombs? Actually, on closer inspection, they're just firecrackers.
アイランドに革命を。んだよその反応。
Oh, that's so cool!
ああ、バカにしてんのか。
How am I supposed to respond then?
私たちは必ず教会の手からこのアイランドを解放してみせる。あの時成し遂げられなかった革命を必ず成し遂げる。
So, it all boils down to a small renegade army facing off against the church. Actually, army is a stretch. It's more like a bunch of kids with their toys out playing at being a secret society. What's their motive for capturing me then?
そこであんたに頼みがある。何でもいい。教会の内部事情を調べて私たちに報告してほしいんだ。
In other words, you want me to be your spy?
簡単だろ。サラのボディーガードのあんたなら。
Well, I suppose it is. Sarah's quite relaxed around me, and whenever I ask, she gives me an answer 10 times as long. But this is a whole other level. Why are you expecting me to work with you?
ただで協力してくれるとは思っちゃいねえよ。
Why are you pulling down my zipper?
ギブアンドテイクってやつだよ。あんたは私に情報をくれる。私はあんたを満足させてやる。
I'm not happy about that.
んだよ。私じゃ不満かよ。
That's not what I meant.
おい、ピーチ！ご指名だ！
Wait a sec. When did I call for anyone else to sub in?
あいつはうちの一押しだぞ。あどけない顔してるが、大人顔負けのテクでリピーター続出中だ。
I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know that.
ナンバー2はメロンとマロンだな。あいつらは双子で、前から後ろから。
La 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 la, not listening, not listening, not listening.
ったく、わがままなやつだな、あんた。
You're wrong.
とにかく私たちに協力してくれりゃ、どの子もよりどりみどりだ。
Why does she think I'll cooperate on those conditions? And anyway, couldn't spying on the church even pretending to end in death penalty if it goes wrong? Sorry, I'll have to refuse. All I want to do is live a normal, peaceful life.
あんな連中の言いなりになってっか。
Huh?
あんたの言う普通の暮らしを奴らが与えてくれんのか。奴らは何の罪もない人間を殺して回った。ただこのアイランドで暮らしてるだけの普通の人間をな。
But that was because Avalon grouped together and defied the church.
アバロンってのは心の問題だ。理想郷を求める人の気持ちがアバロンだ。アイランドで暮らしてる人間なら誰だってアバロンだ。
I see, but so that's what she meant by comrades earlier. So she seriously believes in it, that Avalon, the Holy Land, truly exists to her.
死んでった大人たちも、ここにいる子供たちも、ただの見せしめだ。二度とアバロンなんて夢を追わせねえようにするためのな。
Karin clicks her tongue in disgust and faces away. Just as I'm searching for the right words to say,
カレン、呼んだ？
the little girl from before pitter-patters towards me.
ちょうどいい。そいつの前で服を脱いでやれ。
Hey, I thought we were done with that. But it doesn't seem like the girl is listening to me. She starts disrobing without hesitation. I've practiced movement. My heart aches when I realize that. But the next moment, the small twinge of sadness is entirely forgotten. On the surface of her exposed skin. Are those bullet wounds?
まだこいつが6歳だった時だ。家に押し入ってきた教会の兵士にやられたんだ。
How is she alive?
両親は殺されて、こいつはたった一人でここに落ち延びてきた。最初はまともに言葉も喋れなくてよ。ようやく口を聞いてくれるようになったのは最近のことだ。
Karin pats her head vigorously.
もういいぞ、来ても。
でも、まだ。
いいんだよ。生殺しにさせとく作戦だ。見ろ、あいつもうビンビンになってるだろ。
I'm not.
ほら、まだ足りないって。
ああ、もう、あんたはもう。
Karin gazes right into my soul. Me? I'm the bad guy here? Oh, yeah. I'm rock hard. Like, diamond hard. Ready to burst. What the hell is she making me say?
だからもう言っていいぞ。
Content, perhaps Peach. Content, perhaps? Peach puts her clothes back on and leaves. I'm kinda tired.
これでも教会側に作ってんのか。
Well, you're using that kid to bring in the cash.
好きでやってるわけじゃねえよ。けど大人は誰も私たちを守っちゃくれねえんだ。自分？
I want to say something cool just now, but it sounds so sad. People can't survive on their own. That's why we end up flocking with folk in similar circumstances. Others who've been abandoned. Is there no other way?
だから、それが革命だろ。教会をぶっ倒して、連中の手からアイランドを取り戻す。そうすりゃ私たちは、こんなとこで生きていかなくても済むんだ。
If only things were that simple. But then again...
やってやる。絶対アイランドを解放してみせる。
Maybe I could take a bet on that determination of hers. Got it. I'll do what I can to help.
マジか！あんたならそう言ってくれると思ってたぞ。
Jeez, always so convinced she'll get her own way.
じゃあとりあえず、教会の見取り図と衛兵の巡回経路について。
Hang on. I can't do that. At least leave it to my judgment. I'll tell you guys if there's something I think you should know about.
ケチくせえな。やっぱサービスが足りねえか？
Don't just go grabbing my crotch.
まあ、減るもんじゃねえし。
Don't rub it. The hell, man. Is she just doing this because she wants to?
で、今持ってる情報は？
We'll deal with that later. Just take your hands off me.
出すもん出したら話してやるよ。
In what sense?
どっちでもいいよ。ほれほれ、早く出せよ。
Come to think of it, I don't know much about the church. Sarah's the type to get very sick easily.
あのな、もっとまともな情報はねえのかよ。
Well, she's got an amazing rack too.
使えねえ。
What? That's pretty important in my eyes.
間違えちまったかな、連れてくるやつ。
She's finally let go of me.
まあいいや。これからはよろしく頼むな。
So that's how this is going to work. Can I come here again?
用があるときはこっちから使いをよこす。あんたはそいつの言うことに従えばいい。
I see. Must be to keep me from giving their hiding away.
で、誰がいい？一押しはピーチだけど、あんたが望むならメロンとマロンでもいいぞ。
What is this? An escort service?
協力者にはそれくらいしねえとな。なんなら日替わりでもいいぞ。
Is she serious? Can't you just come yourself? Karin's face goes so red, I can almost hear whistling coming out of her ears.
別に構わねえけど。
Hey, is she getting the wrong idea here? I just meant that you'd be easy to talk to, that's all.
そっか。
Karin spins around out of sight, doing a little fist bump.
私もまだまだいけるじゃねえか。
Better to just let that go, I think. Hey, can I take this off yet? I've not been able to see a thing for a few minutes now. Karin pulling me along.
そうだな。そろそろいいか。ほら、ちょっとかがめ。
I bend my knees as instructed. She takes the hemp sack off my head, and I can finally see again. Ah, fresh air, at
悪
last.
いな。これもあいつらの居場所を守るためだ。
No, I get it. There's no guarantee I won't blab to the church about it after all.
私は信じてるからな。
Oh?
あんたは他の人間とは違う。教会に媚びへつらって言いなりになるだけの人間とはな。
Well, I'm not from the island, I suppose. Maybe she sensed that about me. That might be why I was chosen.
カレーもくれたしな。
That's what it was?
ピーチのやつすっげえ喜んで食ってたぞ。だからあいつに迎えに行かせたんだ。
That was... What was with that honey trap business anyway? If you have something to say to me, come meet me yourself.
私にもメンツってもんがあんだよ。客として偶然知り合ったってのはちょっとあれだろ？
I'm not a client.
恋人プレイがいいのか？そうかそうか。
Don't just cross your arms like you know what's what.
注文の多いやつだな。
Stop it with this stuff already. However, I may look to you, I'm actually a perfectly respectable guy.
見えはんなって。今朝だって女の子に金渡してたじゃねえか。
Huh? What are you talking about? I've never done that, not once. I thought I was being watched. That was you!
朝まで延長とか見かけによらずすげえのなあんた。
But you're wrong. That was my little sister I mentioned before.
妹と。
Don't act so surprised. I was just giving her her living expenses.
そういう風には見えなかったぞ。
Gosh, she's surprisingly sharp-sighted. So, Dine and I don't look like siblings after all.
商売敵か。
She's getting really pumped about this. Perhaps it's just her being weird.
なあ、せつな。
Can't she just let go of my arm already?
本当に私でいいのか？
Not that again. I told you.
私はさ、特別テクもねえし、可愛くもねえし、すぐ素が出ちまうし、リピーターもなかなかつかねえし。
What? What's she coming out with now?
私なんか普通だぞ。
Honestly, being normal is fine, surely.
でも
You're all fighting for some normality in your lives, right? You have to be normal, Karin. That's why everyone adores you. Karin squeezes my arm. Then
そうだな。
she beams at me, like a blooming lotus at the height of summer. By the way, why are you called Karin when everyone else is named after fruit?
あいつらはさ、名前を持ってねえんだ。全部教会に奪われちまったからな。
Karin. Okay. Perhaps that was one too many questions. It certainly makes me feel dreadful for an instant. But Karin sounded almost a little boastful.
だから新入りには私たちで名前をつけてやるんだ。決して誰にも奪われることのない本当の名前をな。ただ私だけは少し事情が違ってさ。
Karin takes a knife from her pocket and my eyes are drawn to the inscription on the blade. Karin curse.
姉貴がさ、くれたんだ。これが、お前がお前である証だって。
Not an older brother named Subaru?
これを大切に持ち続ければ、いつか誰かが本当のお前を見つけてくれるって。
So that's why Karin's kept her name all this time. I didn't know it was important to you. Sorry for holding it in the other night.
いいって。そりゃ、落としたことに気づいた時はすげえ焦ったけどさ。
Karin looks up from the blade to my face.
あんたが見つけてくれたんだろ？
I found myself looking back at her. Her eyes are glittering like marbles.
どうした？
Nothing. Unable to summon a reply. I end up turning away again. The real her. If she weren't trapped in this hell, she might have been able to discover a different side to herself. You might be a brat, but you do have it within your power to bind folk together. I wouldn't have expected that when I first met you.
資質なんかねえよ。私が一番年上だったから、それだけだよ。
So, you were born just as they stopped issuing new colors?
ちげえな。
Karin shakes her head, then mutters something. Like she has a bad taste in her mouth.
札の発行が止まった。その日だよ。
Huh?
もしあと一日早く生まれてりゃ、私はここにはいなかったんだ。
So, the opposite to Dinne.
けどまあ、これでよかったのかもしれねえな。
So what, she was born at 1201. I'm pretty sure she's not trying to act strong for me.
教会の言いなりになって終わるだけの人生なんて、まっぴらごめんだしな。
That's why she hides herself away underground, putting up the power to oppose the church.
いつか絶対、お袋みたいに、風呂付きの部屋で働くんだ。私は。
She'd be better off rethinking her ambitions, though. That dream of yours has nothing to do with all this.
んなことねえよ。全部教会さえぶっ倒しゃそれで叶うんだ。
Hate for her surroundings, adoption, her adoration for her mother. I wonder which drives her to act. No, I doubt it's either of them. People draw their strength from many different sources. Though at the same time, that's what often makes them unpredictable. Do you still see your mom?
なわけねえだろ。どこで何してんのかも知らねえよ。
That must feel lonely.
別に。どうせ名前を変えて店を転々としてんだろ。よくあることだ。
No, she is just trying to act strong. But even if she's putting on an act, she'll be fine as long as she can keep saying that with confidence. She'll never stray from her path.
けどそうだな。いつかお袋と同じ店で働けりゃいいな。
Keeping it in the family, huh? That must be kind of nice. Now I'm the one about to stray from the proper path.
待ってるからな。
No need for that, really.
んだよ。家まで呼びてえならそう言えよ。
I don't want that either. And don't come near my house. I live with my family.
平気。彼女のふりしていくからさ。
The both of you?
じゃあ、お袋はあんたの家族に挨拶に来たって設定で。
Then no turning back after that, is there?
いっそそのまま結婚しちまうのも悪くねえな。
No way. One wrong step and it's straight down into the abyss. Story of my life.
まあ全部、この世界が変わったらの話だよな。
Karin mumbles and brings her head to her neck. The collarless have no rights here. She won't be able to work out in the open, let alone get married. In other words, her chances of fulfilling her dream and meeting her mother are... Why don't you go look for her now? Your mom, I mean. What mother wouldn't be happy to see her daughter? What mother wouldn't think about the daughter she's been separated from since birth?
言ったろ。寂しくなんかねえよ。
If you're uncomfortable going into that sort of establishment, I could help you. It's kind of pathetic that I can only man up at times like these.
実は昔、こっそりお袋の仕事場を覗きに行ったことがあってさ。
Oh, so you met her.
窓越しに、ちらっと顔を見ただけでしまいだよ。
Why?
あの頃はまだお袋の仕事がどんなのかわかんなくてさ、お袋がいじめられてると勘違いして、出てきた客を全力でボコっちまったんだ。
Poor guy.
で、その客がハリスって男だ。ほら、衛兵長の。
That's some turn of fate right there.
あいつは一目で私が娘だってこと見抜いてさ、いろいろ話してくれたんだ。お袋は私が死んだと思ってるってこと。ダメ親父と別れて一人で暮らしてるってこと。それから、すごく締まりがいいってこと。
The guard? And what was the last part?
あいつは、お袋がどれだけ立派な仕事をしてるかを延々と教えてくれた。
I see. So he's the main culprit for making Karin the way she is.
それが、私がお袋を見た最後だ。
What?
決めたんだ。お袋みたいな立派な人間になるまでは会いに行かねえって。
I mean, that's a nice ending to the story right there, isn't it? Did Karin's mom ever realize that her daughter was alive? What's your mother's name?
さあな、覚えてねえよんなもん。
That's...
ただあの時はシトロンって名前で呼ばれてたな。
Citron. I'm not sure what exactly it signifies, but definitely some sort of citrus fruit.
そうそう、一応私にも仕事用の名前はあるんだぞ。
Pseudonym 2. Oh, and what's yours? What's up? Why are you looking away from me? Didn't you want to tell me? Oh, I bet it's some super embarrassing porno name. The kind you will regret years later.
ちげえよ、普通だよ。
Then you can tell me, right?
それは、だな。
Karin looks all around, then in a tiny whisper.
レモン。
Oh, lemon, huh? Man.
これは世界の設計図？
Man, they love referring to the past like this, you know? God, lemon, huh? Jeez. What an amazing name. What an amazing name. Where is it? Lemon. Where they kiss. Yeah, amazing. You're funny. That's pretty cute.
よっぽど常連じゃなきゃ教えねえんだからな。呼ぶんじゃねえぞ。
But you'd get angry if I called you Karin in public, right?
当たり前だろ。私はこれでも教会のお尋ね者なんだぞ。
I'll call you Lemon then.
鼻から呼ぶなっつってんだよ。
Hey, don't bite me. Don't go biting my hand.
やっぱあんたなんかに教えなければよかった。忘れちまえ。
Ow, Jesus!
せつなさん。
That voice.
どこに行ってらしたんですか？心配したんですよ。
Sorry, I got a bit lost.
その子は。
Sarah's gaze fixes on Karin, who's still in the process of biting my hand. This is, Demon-chan. Ow, are you trying to eat me?
だから呼ぶなっつってんだろうが。殺すぞ。
Why did you choose that name if you hate it so much?
レモンちゃん？
The star of the church, ever calm and collected, and the urchin's flustered leader. This must be a good chance for those two to meet. Come on, say hi.
なんでだよ。
Just do it! I give Karin a push from behind, then have her stand facing Sarah.
レモンだ。
はじめまして。私はサラ・ガーランドです。
She's a friend of the girl. I think her name was Peach, who came to listen to your sermon. White? Lemon?
ああ、そうだよ。ピーチは私のダチだ。なんか文句あっか？
Why is she trying to pick a fight over nothing? Nothing I can do. I suppose she's face to face with the figurehead of the institutions Nothing I can do, I suppose. She's face to face with the figurehead of the institution she's sworn to defeat.
そうだったんですか。ピーチちゃん、今日は顔を見せてくれなかったので心配していたんですよ。レモンちゃん、彼女にお伝えいただけますか？またいつでも遊びに来てくださいと。
勘違いするんじゃねえよ。ピーチはあんたに会うためじゃなくて偵察に。
偵察？
なんでもねえ。
どんな理由でも構いませんよ。私はいつでも歓迎します。
教会は札なしは立ち入り禁止だろ。
確かに用もなく立ち入ることは禁止されていますが、私の名前を出していただければ、おそらく大丈夫かと。
けど。
そうだ、ぜひレモンちゃんもご一緒にいらしてください。
はぁ？どうして私があんたなんかに？
私は普段は、教会のエントランスで執務に当たっておりますので。
That's Sarah for you. Even Karin's less speechless. Who knows? Something might just come of this. Well, maybe. See, she's nice, right?
知るかよ。
She's right. My role is to tell her about the church's internal dealings. In that case, there is something I want to pass on to her. Sarah really does care for the island. Sarah's wishes are the same as hers.
ねえ、レモンちゃん。
なんだよ。
今度、みんなで楽しくおしゃべりをしながら、美味しいお茶でも飲みましょう。
Karin's expression changes in an instant.
やっぱりあんたは教会の人間だよ。わかったような顔して偉そうなこと喋ってんじゃねえよ。作ったような笑顔向けんじゃねえよ。ちゃだ。私はあんなもん生まれてこの方一度も飲んだことねえよ。あんたは泥水をすすって喉を潤したことはあんのか？てめえらが垂れ流した得体の知れねえ下水で体を洗ったことはあんのか？ねえよな。あるわけねえよな。想像したこともねえよな。どうせあんたの想像力なんてそんなもんなんだよ。頭の中に花が咲きまくってるやつに私たちの現実なんて見えやしねえんだよ。
レモンちゃん。
な名前で呼ぶんじゃねえよ。私には親からもらった名前があんだよ。あんたらに全部取り上げられちまったけどな。ちょっと食い物分け与えたくらいで善人気取りか？それともあれっぽっちで私たちがあんたらを許すってマジで考えてんのか？
そんなことは。
ああ、はっきり答えるよ、サラ・ガーランド。
Hey, just calm down.
あんたはどうなんだよ、セツナ。あんたはどっちの味方なんだよ。
Of course, I'm... Whose side am I on again? The church, which imposes a system of rule over the island's residents? Or these children who band together to survive despite being ostracized by their community? Which side is righteous? Which side should I support? I can't make a choice on those terms. If I were to align with either one, it would only make me a hypocrite. I'm just an outsider after all.
だよな。分かってたよ。分かってたのに。一瞬でも期待しちまった私がバカだったんだよ。今日の話は忘れてくれ。あんたの助けなんかいらねえ。私は私でやってく。
Spitting these words at me, Karin runs off to her back hunched. With her back hunched. I'm left rooted to the spot. Sarah has fallen to her knees.
私は
No!
そんな
Wait,
つも
what?
りじゃ。
Oh, no, god damn it. No! I'm looking at something on the phone, don't worry. No! Karin got rolled, no! Asshole! That...
私はただみんなで仲良く。
Why am I an outsider? Why can't I do anything when there are people suffering right in front of me? I'm always like this. No matter how hard I struggle, how far I try to reach, I'm never able to grasp hold of the situation. I only ever graze it with my fingertips. What's the difference between that and your observation? Why am I always like this? Why will I always be like this?
刹那さん、私は間違っていたのでしょうか。ただ甘い夢を見ていたのでしょうか。
You're not at fault, Sarah. It's probably this world that's at fault. It doesn't permit those kinds of dreams. And me, for being chronically incapable of doing anything about it. Never Island. The lift that's pulling us up feels especially slow. Traveling at the same speed inside the lift, we can't feel it accelerating. It makes me almost wonder if we're really heading upward or not. Could be falling further and farther downward for all we know. My feet are frozen to the spot. Bottomless fear grips me. Sarah's eyes are downcast. She hasn't uttered a single word. God damn it! I'm the same. My phone dropped on the floor. I can't help but feel that whatever I say, it'll be inappropriate. Anything about Sarah, Karin, the church, Avalon, the island, whichever I choose to talk about, it won't be my words. What can I talk about in my own words? I lost someone important to me a long time ago. No, that's not quite right. I gather up the remaining fragments of my memories and face the past I've forgotten and the facts I couldn't even accept. I think I probably killed her. I don't want that to happen again. But even if I were able to turn back time, all I'd do is repeat the same mistake. I haven't changed at all. Not since the day when I was unable to make amends during our final encounter. When I could only stand there, watching idly by. But I can't be who I was that day forever. I have to change. I want to change. This might be the first time I've actually wished for it. I've been looking for myself all this time. I've clung to the self I've discovered. She believed in me to the end. I'd always thought that staying the same and preserving who I was that day was the least I could do to lay her soul to rest. But that's not good enough. If I don't change, I will never be able to save anybody. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it now.
人は変われると思いますか？
Who knows? If what Sarah said about this planet's history is true, then people have fought each other over and over throughout time. Misunderstanding one another, hating each other, killing each other. If this world is what results of that, then we might not have any scope to change. But people are reincarnated, right? Even if they've lost their memories or forgotten the lessons they've learned, those experiences should still be etched in their hearts. That's not so that they'll repeat the same mistakes. We're reborn so that we never make the same mistakes in our next lives. I should have died that day. I should have died once. But she gave me another chance. That's why I'm going to change. If I don't do it now, I won't be able to face myself anymore. I won't be able to face anyone. Not the girl who sent me here. And not least of all, myself.
せつなさん。
Sarah? There's a warmth in my chest. Her arms are wrapped around my back, her tickling my nose.
私も変わりたいです。あの頃の自分のままはもう嫌なんです。
Back then?
私はかつて人を殺めました。この言葉で、この手で。
Her arms squeezed tightly.
大切な人を殺したんです。
Her nails dig into my back.
今でも覚えています。ただれて皮のそぎ落ちた顔を、炭みたいになった手足を。
My back grows hot.
そしてあの人は私の腕の中で息を。
The areas touched by Sarah's body are searing.
あんなのはもう嫌です。こんな自分はもう嫌なんです。できることなら今すぐに生まれ変わりたいです。
Sarah, you... I cast my eyes to the floor. Her lips meet mine. They're hot, burning. Although all thoughts and emotions vanish, that sole sensation dominates both my body and mind. She bites my lower lip, teasingly, relentlessly, over and over, like she's communicating her love to her sweetheart. Stop it, Sarah! I drew away from her. What's with you? Who am I to you? Listen, Sarah, I'm just a stranger. Am I really?
大切な人を亡くされたんですよね。
Yeah, that's right.
今も忘れられないんですよね。
Yes, that's exactly right.
私も同じです。だから
Why what?
変わりましょう、せつなさん。今この瞬間から。
Our lips lock once more. I have no energy left to resist. Nothing changes simply because you want it to change. You have to throw something away in order to change, discover something new. But to me, she's...
せつなさん、私は感謝したいです。
A thread of silver bridges our
こ
lips.
の行為を許してくれた昔の人に心から感謝したいです。
Sarah buries her face in my chest. Something's filling the gaping hole in my heart. That might be what's necessary to stop it from bleeding away any further.
お願いです。せつなさん、せめて上に着くまでこのまま。
Are we heading up or plunging down? The lift that's pulling us up really does feel slow. People are reincarnated. But how long does that take? 5 years, 50, maybe a millennium. 10 millennium? Are we doomed to suffer until that time comes? Bro! Setsuna! You're cheating on Dinne! Adultery, bro! The crowd is jostling around in the shopping district as it approaches closing time. In my pocket is today's salary, the money I received from Sarah. I feel like today it means something quite different to yesterday. I have no inclination to spend it at any shop.
お、せつな君、どうした景気の悪い顔して。
Oh, it's you. Baker-san.
って本当に顔色悪いね。何かあった？
It's okay. I'm a bit tired. This is between me and Sarah. No, maybe it's my own issue. I could have refused Sarah's kisses back then, but I didn't. My heart aches so desperately. I can't stand it. But I don't think I did anything wrong. If I allow my heart to keep on bleeding, it won't be long before I bleed out. And I can hardly let that happen in a place like this. Never mind that, Baker-san. You have any beer? Oh, and anything that'll make Rinne happy.
そうそう、ちょうど珍しいものが入荷してね。おや、
Baker-san gazes stops at my neckline.
それ、もしかしてキスマークかい？
I frantically cover it up. That's Sarah. I'll be damned if she didn't do that on
っ
purpose.
てことは、彼女さんと仲良くしてきたのかな？羨ましいね、この。
I told you, I don't have a... Wait. Does this make her my girlfriend? Sarah, who lost someone dear to her long ago. Sarah, who wishes beyond all else to change. Could I refuse that wish of hers? Could say the same applies to me. I have to throw something away in order to change. Discover something new. If we need each other, then it should be fine for us to just use one another. What's so wrong about that?
おや？手にも歯形？彼女さんと一体どんな遊びしてたのかな、刹那君は。
Hanky panky for that's what my mom says to me. Oh, that's actually from a different girl.
おっと、浮気はダメだよ、刹那君。女の子を泣かせたら男が廃っちゃうよ。
Then that would make me a crying disgrace. Both girls did end up in cheers after all. I didn't necessarily make them cry, but I'm just as guilty for being incapable of wiping away their tears.
ま、たまにはいいんじゃないかな。こんな世の中だ。息抜きもしないとね。ただし、最後には責任取ること。
Responsibility?
結婚だよ。刹那君もいい年なんだから、そろそろ身を固めないとね。
So that's how someone my age is seen on the island.
もちろん、その前にいろんなことをきちんと清算してからね。
I wonder if a time will eventually come when I'm able to settle everything once and for all. But even if that time were to come, all that'd be left inside me would be...
というわけで、新生活の際には、ぜひベイカー雑貨店をごひいきに。
So, it was all just a sales pitch, huh?
うちも生活かかってるからね。何か買ってってくれよ。入院してる神さんのためだと思って。
In the hospital? Is she feeling unwell?
いや、大したことはないんだけどね。医療費がかさんで。
あんた飯できてんだからとっとと店じまいしちまいな。
A lively woman's voice rings out from the back of the shop. Who's in the hospital again?
バレちまっちゃしょうがない。よし、今日はおまけしとくよ。
Well, guess it's all experience. I should probably try and be a bit bolder
はい、
myself.
ビールとそれからリネちゃんにはこれはどうかな。
What's this? I peer carefully at the object he's pushed into my hands. No matter how you look at it, this is...
教科書で見たことない貝殻だよ。巻貝のね。
Nautilus shell, bruh? And this will make her happy?
珍しいものとか古いものが大好きだからね。例えば電池とか帽子とか。
Hats? I glance up at the sky. No, the roof. I see. Guess there isn't any need for hats on this island.
それから昔話とかも大好きだね。
Yeah, that's right. Her interest in ancient relics isn't the product of mere nostalgia, I'm sure. Take that blueprint handed down to her by her forefathers. She must have felt some kind of romance in that. Okay, I'll take the shell too. Frankly, spending precious money on something this useless is stupid, to say the least. But I was thinking about treating her to something nice today. Also, a scarf, please. Baker's son hence and freezes for a moment.
ああ、そうだね。今日は寒いからね。
The smile on his face seems genuine, neither knowing nor the polite grin of a salesman.
そのマフラーかっこいい。
Dinan welcomes me home with a smile the moment I pass through the front door. But for some reason, I can't bring myself to look at her in the face directly.
顔ポーズ決めて、切ないイエロー水産ってやって。
Setsuna to the rescue.
かっこいい。
Why did I actually do a pose in real life? Getting too into this. What am I doing? Straight after walking through the door.
じゃあ次、切ないイエロー爆散。
Detonate?
物語の最後ではね、ヒーローは自分の命を犠牲にして世界の平和を守るんだよ。
What's with the downer of an ending?
やっと元気になってくれた。
Huh?
だって帰ってきた時の刹那、なんだか元気なかったから。
So right through me, huh?
バレバレだよ。私、刹那のことなら何でもお見通しだもん。
Hearing that, I reflexively adjust my scarf. I guess this kind of thing doesn't wash with her.
やっぱりお皿洗いの仕事、つらい？水冷たいもんね。
Dina takes my hands and warms them with her breath.
わあ、すっごく真っ赤。油塗らなきゃ、油。
Luckily, the teeth marks that were left on my hand have faded, and only a little redness remains. It's okay, I'm just tired from a bunch of stuff that happened today.
いろいろって？
That's... Dina looks up at me intently. I feel like she'll see through my lie right away. Just a bunch of stuff. Don't worry so much about it, I'm fine.
嘘。
Huh? What part of that was a lie?
もしかして新人いびり？
Perhaps I've overestimated her. Never mind that. Here, a present for you. I dropped the shell into her hand. It's a pretty big shell, but it looks even more remarkable in her tiny hand.
貝だ。
Yep, it's a shell.
見て見て、ほら刹那、貝だよ、貝。
Yep, that's a shell, alright.
貝だよ、おっきな貝だよ、とてつもない貝だよ。
Whoa, she's happy. Way too happy.
ちょっとおじいちゃんに見せてくるね。
Isn't he sleeping? I can hear snoring.
叩き起こす。
Don't do that. Just calm down, okay?
でも貝だよ。ああ、どうしよう、貝だよ。
So cute. Her eyes have started welling up. What's with this girl? But then again, it was worth shelling out that much money if it's making her this happy. Guess that's why Becca's son wouldn't cut a deal on such a rare item. Of course, he might have just been taking advantage of me. Right. Wait a moment. I'll make dinner.
じゃあ私も手伝う。
Oh, thanks. I still don't know how much water to add to rice, though.
ああ、でも貝が。でも手伝いも。ああ、貝どうしよう。
Go profess your love to it in your room. 二枚貝も捨てがたいけど、やっぱり巻き貝だよね。なんといっても形が素敵だよね。 Yeah, I guess so.
こんな複雑な形、人間には作れないよね。やっぱり貝ってすごいな。
Except for artists that can. Yeah, I guess.
もう、聞いてる？
I am. Din is now spending over our nighttime excavation talking about shells at length. Seems she really does love them. She shut herself in her room after dinner too. Seriously. If she likes that shell so much, she should just marry it. She can leave the wedding speech to me. Look, put it away properly. You'll never see it again if you lose it out here. I sweep my eyes across the snowy plain. This place is way too vast to search in, isn't it? Will we really find what we need? Would Dinna ever finish her device? I still don't know what it is she's trying to make. Will the day ever come when we're able to save the world?
貝って不思議だな。
We'll never find anything at this rate. Actually, I'm the one who's not found anything yet. The stars are shining brighter than usual tonight. The air is bitingly cold. I feel like it's piercing through my skin. It almost makes me miss the humidity, the moist, warm atmosphere from before.
あのね、世界のどこかには海ってのがあってね。
Yeah, I know.
それでね、砂浜ってところには貝がいっぱいいるんだって。
Yeah, I know.
一度でいいから行ってみたいな。
The ocean. And where on earth would that be? Over the snowy mountain range in the distance? Or even further afield at the ends of the earth? Wherever it is, it's too far for us
で
to...
ね、砂浜をね、貝を探しながら散歩するの。セツナと一緒にね。
I feel a vice-like grip on my heart.
疲れたら砂浜に座っておしゃべりするの。ずっと遠くまで広がってる海を見ながらね。
It's an innocent little dream, but there's no way it's coming true.
楽しいだろうな。綺麗だろうな。
It's never coming true. Not again.
じゃあ、ここから向こうが海ね。
Huh? Turning my gaze to Dinne. I see she's drawn a line in the snow.
で、こっちが砂浜。はい、座って座って。
She forcibly sets me down. My ass is freezing here.
よいしょっと。
She sits herself snugly beside me. Well, this makes up for it. I'll play along.
綺麗だね。セツナ。
You're so much prettier.
もう違うよ。海を見て、海を。
Huh? Isn't that what you're supposed to say?
はい、やり直し。綺麗だね、セツナ。
Jeez. Yeah, it is. In there.
カモメが飛んでるよ。
There's a whole school of dolphins over there.
見て、おっきな貝見つけちゃった。
It's massive. Looks like your collection's grown again. Dinah's eyes narrow, like she's thinking about something far away. I wonder what kind of ocean is reflected in those eyes. Wonder if it's the one I know. Did you know, Dinah,
ん？
the ocean flows in and out, and the waves, they break on the shore.
打ち寄せる？ドカーンって？
Nah, it's more like a swish.
ザザーン？
Ta-dang. Dinah tilts her head to one side. Just like this. I hold up the shell to her ear. So? Can you hear it?
聞こえる。ザザーンって。
That's the sound of the waves. You always hear that on the shore. Always. It's almost like a lullaby. It'd be great if she could listen to the real thing. and we'd be able to look for shells on the shore together, chat to one another as we looked out towards the ocean for real. Oh, and Sarah and Karin would be there too. There'd be plenty of food, and there'd be no hurting each other or fighting. That world would be able to live our lives normally, like normal people. Well, Sarah's a bit otherworldly, and Karin's got a sharp tongue, and Din's something of a space cadet. Maybe they wouldn't hit it off at first. Though I'm sure the three of them would fight, make up, and become fast friends in no time. They will. I'm sure.
ねえ、せつな、もしかして行ったことあるの？
Yeah, I'm sure. A long time ago. But now that's all a dream. Simply dreaming and escaping reality won't solve anything. We can leave the dreaming for everyone when everything's over.
ねえ、私も連れてって、海。
Yeah, I'll take you there someday. After I've finished settling everything from the past.
絶対だよ。
Yeah, for sure. When I rub Dinya's head through her hat, she narrows her eyes in pleasure.
ありがとう、せつな。
She's overjoyed at the mere promise. I wonder how delighted she'd be if I were to actually take her to the sea. Maybe she'd get so emotional she'd cry, or even swoon.
あのね、お返しに、せつなにも素敵な音を聞かせてあげる。
Something awesome? Then I pull something out from the bottom of her pouch. It's the cassette player. But unlike how it was yesterday, there are cables attached to the device, and there's a makeshift battery pack connected to the back. Did you?
うん、さっき完成したの。ね、一緒に聞いてみよう。
She brings her face right up to mine, then puts on an earbud in her right ear, and the other one in my left.
いい？行くよ。
Dinya's slender finger presses the play button. The tape inside starts to spin. It's a cacophony of noise, so loud that I can still hear it with the earbud out. I thought my eardrums were about to burst. Is the tape busted? Cassette tapes are analog, and data is recorded on a magnetic tape. The data can be easily erased if it's near a strong magnet, and of course it'll deteriorate over time. I figured as much. This cassette player and I have been on a long journey together. A never-ending journey. So long that even the human memory will quiver and refuse. Sorry, Dinette, seeing as you fixed it for me and all. But with a tape like this, all we can do is give up. I pause. Dinette? Dinette's been still and unblinking this whole time. With one of the earbuds inserted on one side. Can you hear something? Dinette covers the earbud with one hand and listens in silence. To the noise, to something that's being emitted. She begins to speak, almost like she's catching the sound, the voice she's hearing. Discovering memory washed away by the waves of time. My eyes follow the moves. Didn't? Did she just say didn't just now? That was the only word I managed to catch. Finally, Dinette takes out the earbud and lets out a short sigh. Her forehead is drenched with sweat. Did you hear it?
テープ、途中で切れちゃったみたい。
Looking down the cassette player, I see that only the motor is spinning. As I open the lid, hands trembling, the weathered magnetic tape flutters in the wind, torn to ribbons. Like ashes. That's what happened to the CD. I reckon it said, Dinette, I love you or something. I don't know, or Dinette, we'll be reunited or whatever. End of the line, huh? Did you hear anything? Even just the beginning's fine.
ちゃんとした文章として聞き取れたのは一文だけ。
Dine goes silent, almost like she's hesitant to speak.
リンね、俺はお前を救うために時を超えてやってきた。
There you go, bro. Kind of similar. Travel through time?
でも変なの。
Strange?
ね、女の人の声だったの。女の人が俺って言うかな。
That is strange. Maybe she's leading her line from the book or something.
あ、それだ。きっとそれだよ。リンネっておとぎ話に出てくるリンネのことだよ。
So, the eye would be Setsuna, right?
すごい偶然。そんなテープをセツナが持ってたなんて。
But you were the one who fixed it. Maybe this is fate. Maybe our hearing the tape was fixed point in a time. What purpose then?
でも私が知ってるおとぎ話とはちょっと違うような。
How?
だって私聞いたことないもん。セツナが時を超えてきたなんて。
I just remembered. We are going through the steps of one of Setsuna's books. I think one of the books he wrote. Like, not me, the previous Setsuna, the one that died on the island. Bones. Yeah. I think we're just recounting one of the books. He's probably an all-seeing guy that he died. Information gets lost with time. Human memories shift, legends get rewritten. Dates become filled with a noise. That part might have been erased at the time the scriptures were written. Perhaps it was the tape's version, which had been dramatized. Whatever the truth is, there's no way of knowing. We don't even know if there's any truth to it at all.
でもなんだかかっこいいね。たった一人の女の子のために時を超えてやってくるなんて。
That's just what I've done! Have no fear, I am here. I came to save you, Dinne. From the past. Back where summer existed. Back where this was an actual island, rather than just be called the island. There was an ocean right below our feet, I think. I have come to rescue you, Dinne. From your demise, I think.
私だったら好きになっちゃうかも。
Give up chasing a guy like that. If you want to date someone, just choose a normal guy.
そんなのつまらないよ。
Isn't a normal guy enough?
普通じゃダメだよ。
Well, you might be right. She is trying to save the world after all. If a man wants to be worthy of her, he ought to be a time traveler or something at least.
どこかから来てくれないかな、私の王子様。
Dinah starts longingly past the line underfoot at the ocean. Stares longingly. For a moment, she looks awfully fragile. But that was only just for a moment.
でも、待ってるだけじゃダメだよね。
She mutters, standing up and dusting the snow for her bullocks. Bullocks? Buttocks. Sorry? We're not on a bench where lullabies are sung, but in a world of death, awash with white. Nothing will come from just waiting. Nothing will be achieved from just panicking. She understands that all too well.
休憩終わり。再開しよう、探し物。
Never Island.
ここがこうつながって、これがこっちで。
Jeez, what a shot, bro. What a position to look at. Man. Yeah, this would be really bad if, in her age, she was an adult. Wasn't an adult, I mean. Because our age, she is definitely not an adult. Wait a second. She's 13. Okay, so I'm guessing... Hold on. Never mind, I'm confusing myself now. Din is in a fierce struggle with the massage chair as she constantly refers back to the blueprints. When we used it yesterday, she had forcibly shut down And that killed part of the wiring.
ああ、このパーツには予備がないんだったっけ？
What is it? I'll go look for some.
明日でいいよ。もう夜も遅いから。外はすっごく冷えるよ。
Dinner answers without looking in my eye. Without looking me in my eye. Without any knowledge of me. All I can do is help Dinner in search. All I can do to help Dinner is watch her back.
せつな、設計図の8番と12番持ってきて。
And odd jobs, I guess. Here's number 12. I haven't seen number 8. Don't you have it?
あれ、おかしいな。そんなはず。ああ、もういらないと思ったからトイレの紙にしちゃったんだった。
Don't wipe your ass with those valuable blueprints.
だって貴重なちり紙を無駄にするなっておじいちゃんに怒られたんだもん。
That old man is wiping his ass. More important than saving the world.
だいたい覚えてるからなんとかなるかな。
Sort of. Are you sure you'll be all fine?
大丈夫大丈夫。私に任せて。
I'm more than a bit worried, to be honest.
じゃあ作り直して。再生機持ってきてあるから。
Dinner points at the desk, looking sullen. But sitting on the desk is... Oh, it's just a laptop. When I turn on the power, the manufacturer's logo displays on the screen. Finally, a desktop. Even I can just about understand this. Open up the folder. The file for number 8 is... Oh, here it is.
あのね、使い方は。あ、もう再生してる。
So, where's the printer?
プリント？
She doesn't have one?
はい、紙と鉛筆。それと鉛筆を削るのはこのナイフ。
That's rather low tech. I take this scrap of paper from Dinner and start copying the blueprint. There aren't any sketching tools around, of course, so I use a piece of wood for straight lines and draw the rest freehand.
潰れてて読めないとこは無視していいよ。
Actually, you can just zoom in on it. I press the plus button on the screen.
すごい！読めるようになった！
I'm surprised you've been able to get as far as you have. Done.
褒めてるの？それともけなしてるの？
Both. By the way, can you pinch your fingers together on the trackpad? By the way, you can just pinch your fingers on the trackpad to zoom in and zoom out.
ほんとだ！私にもやらせてやらせて！
Dina sits herself down on my knees, her eyes gleaming. She's such a big kid. This is how you view all the windows. It's useful for when you want to open lots of files at once.
へえ、他には？
This is what you do when you're watching porn and your family suddenly comes in. Yeah, I do that too.
エロ動画？
How should I say this? They're moving pictures. The ones with naked ladies.
そんなの見ないよ。
You can download as many of them as you want if you connect to the internet. I doubt the internet's still around though. This laptop comes with a webcam. Want to film something, didn't it?
エロ動画を？
What? Why? No, just a regular movie. I type a few keys and load up the webcam application.
私の顔だ！せつなも映ってるよ。
Everything's surprising her. Look, the mic's right there. Say something.
急に言われても困るよ。
Just give a self-introduction, okay?
リンネ・オハラ、13歳。
That alone was enough to make her seize up. There's nothing for it. Let's try the interview method. Who was your first love?
せつなかな？
Her big brother, huh? Well, that explains a lot. Well, that happens a lot. And your measurements?
知らないよ。
Are you nervous?
だって。
How about saying, what's that poking in my back?
ねえ、なんだかエッチなやつじゃないこれ。
How did you know?
もう、普通のって言ったのに。
Sorry, I got
そ
carried
れで、
away.
さっきから背中に当たってるのは
Just a plank of wood.
もう
What? Why? What did you think it was?
もう終わり
Oh, she closed the webcam notification.
怒るよ、せつな。私、怒ったら怖いんだからね。
Okay, Hulk. Oh, what happens?
ほっぺた、すっごく膨らむよ。
Whoa, that sounds scary.
もう
Maybe I went too far.
あ、そうだ。拡大できるんだったら。
Then it looks back towards the screen. Displayed on it is the blueprints from before.
ね、この隅っこの注釈っぽいところ読める？
I try zooming in on the spot Dina is pointing to. English, huh? There's too many complicated words, I'm afraid. Can you?
というか、英語って何？
I see. So English is a dead language on the island. So does this mean that these blueprints were handed down by the people on the island? Or did they write them in English thinking the Japanese will become obsolete? If I'd known about this, I'd have studied harder.
どうせ私、バカだもん。
No, it's not you. It really isn't. I pat her on the head and get back to work on the blueprints. After copying for some time, I suddenly feel the diagram resembles an assembly manual for more than a blueprint. For example, the part depicted here is from a microwave, and this one is a radio antenna. But there are lots of random parts as well.
ターディオントランスポーターの予備ってあったっけ？
And she seems to have an idea of what to do with those.
あった！よかった、取っておいて。
It's like the blueprints were designed for people with no specialist knowledge, like us. Just maybe. Is this the battery we're looking for? We were looking for? There's an unfamiliar square part in the center of the loops, where all the wires converge. Size-wise, it's about 10 centimeters long.
そう。SAM505 型。今は古い発電機をつなげてるんだけど、電力不足でうまく起動しないの。SAM505 型はレア中のレアでね。私もまだ見たことがないんだ。
Will you ever find one?
絶対見つかるよ。諦めなければね。
She doesn't plan to do that, of course. Even if it takes years, decades. You might even be an old granny when it's finished.
じゃあ、せつなはおじいちゃんだね。
For real? Well, yeah, even then.
本当に？最後まで付き合ってくれる？
Yeah, of course. I don't care how long it takes. I'll wait as long as I have to. That's the reason I'm here. I'll stick with you till the bitter end, until this weird-ass machine is finished.
へんてこじゃないよ。超時空ロボ、アイランダーだよ。
Oh, wanna bet on that? I'll bet everything I have.
じゃあ私は、この貝をかけるよ。
I don't want that. So, that robot makes her happier than the shell does, huh? I don't get her taste at all.
第3話、宇宙怪獣マキマキ襲来。
Don't bring enemies into the picture. Get the robot finished first.
了解。リンネ隊員、任務に戻ります。
Jeez. What'll I do if she's still like this when she's an old lady?
パソコンって面白いんだね。データ再生するだけだと思ってた。
It's a useful piece of technology. You'll be able to do anything if you had the software. We're on our way back home. The two of us are just casually engaging in random conversation.
私も、セツナみたいに使いこなせるようになれるかな。
Okay, I'll teach you. It's convenient, but it has some harmful aspects as well.
弊害？
Yeah, not like being able to write kanji anymore. Harmful, yeah. Like not being able to write kanji anymore.
でも、セツナって字を書くの上手だよね。見かけにやらず。
But I can't write kanji already. I have to learn soon. Is that a compliment or an insult?
やっはだよ。
Your handwriting's pretty messy by comparison.
読めればいいんだもん。
For some reason, I forget about the passage of time when I'm talking about silly things with her. It almost feels like we've been doing this for a long time. A long, long time.
どうして急に頭を撫でるの？
No reason. I thought it was just the right height to rest my own hand on. I'm probably just imagining things. I only met her 3 days ago after all. In other words... The reason I'm so familiar is just that there's nobody else who'll let me do this with her. She's all alone in the world. That must be the sort of lonely. Must be sort of
ヒリ
lonely.
ヒリするよ。
Sorry, I was rubbing your head a little too much.
パンパンも禁止。そんなにしたら髪の毛なくなっちゃうよ。
If you keep that hat on all the time, you really will become bald.
これはダメ。
Dinda has both hands clamped over her hat. Don't tell me you're already...
違うもん。これは私のアイデンティティなんだもん。
Identity. She means identity. Well, it's true that only you wear a hat.
もう一人いるよ。
Dinda's eyes sparkles like she's indulging me in a secret.
リンネもね、かぶってたんだって。リンネはいつも帽子をかぶってたんだって。だから私も真似してるんだ。
You're blowing my mind right now. Rene also wore a hat, so Dinda decides to wear a hat too. Okay, sure. Oh, she means the Dinda from the children's tale. That doesn't make it your identity, then, does it?
あれ？
She tilts her head in confusion.
わっ、
She's letting her stupidity show as she frantically readjusts the hat that was just about to fall off her head.
じゃあ、私のアイデンティティは？
She's asking me. Well, you'd be more famous than Dinda if you save the world. When that happens, you'll take the spot of the best girl. Isn't she already best girl? I don't know if the position really exists though.
そっか。そうだね。
Those are Dinda's towering, lofty ideals. But she'll definitely surpass them. She doesn't know when to give up. Though I don't know when she'll make it.
リンネが？
What's wrong?
ね、セツナはリンネに会いに来たんだよね。時を超えて。
Maybe. If the tape was talking about the children's tale.
じゃあ、どっちから来たのかな？
Huh?
過去から？それとも未来から？
How's about both? That's right. There are two possibilities with time travel. Why didn't that jump out to me? The reason is obvious. From the future, normally. Traveling from the past to the future is a matter of course, and a weak basis for a story. Speaking of time travel, it's standard for the direction to go backwards.
でも、それは変だよ。
How?
だって、未来から過去には行けないよ。
Those innocent words make my heart ache. I wouldn't mind hearing that from anyone else. I just didn't want to hear it from Dinda. Well, it might be possible if you just... It's just a made-up story anyways.
作り話なんかじゃないよ。
Dinda mutters under her breath. Does she really believe it to be true? That Dinda existed in Setsuna? That the two of them were sworn to eternal love? And besides, it's her identity. It's not that impossible to go back in time. In that case, I'll have to give her a serious answer. Did you know that the flow of time changes with the speed of an object's movement?
うん。
To put it simply, the faster an object moves, the slower time will flow for that object. For example, if a spaceship travels at half the speed of light...
あ、それなら知ってるよ。あ、高速宇宙戦艦でしょ？
Sure, whatever. He's just teaching her whatever Kuon taught her. Oh. Yeah, wait. Huh? Maybe, don't worry. It's my thing. Don't worry. But he's just teaching her whatever Kuon taught him. I feel like this is going to take a while. Time inside the sublight space battleship would flow at half the normal rate, so even after 2 years of war in outer space, the crew who were initially 20 years old would only be 21.
本当に？
Yeah, really. With a spaceship traveling twice the speed of light.
それも知ってるよ。超高速宇宙戦艦でしょ？
The formerly 20-year-old crew members would turn 18 after 2 years of war.
あれ？それは変だよ。じゃあ、乗組員はいつ戦ったの？
That is odd, isn't it?
でしょ？
Let's see. The answer is now.
でも、戦いはもう終わってて、宇宙は平和になってるんだよね。
Well, we don't know if they're at peace, but you might be right.
それは矛盾だよ。まだ戦ってないのに、戦いの結末が決まってるのはおかしいよ。つまり、高速を越えて移動するのは最初から無理ってこと？
No, it's not. Is that so? If the conclusion is a contradiction, the hypothesis must be flawed. The hypothesis, in this case, being faster than light, spaceship battles exist. But if I assert that, it would make time travel into the past possible.
宇宙戦艦の時間が巻き戻っちゃうから矛盾が起きるんだよ。宇宙全体が巻き戻っちゃえばいいんじゃないかな。
What do you mean?
すっごく大きな宇宙戦艦でね、戦艦の中にこの宇宙があるの。戦艦が移動すると宇宙が全部巻き戻っちゃうの。そうすると乗組員はこれから戦うんだし、宇宙はこれから平和になる。ほら、バッチリ。
I don't really get it. I just remembered. A chronoquake.
時空神？
A chronoquake occurs in the universe. When that happens, its time reverses. In other words, the universe itself becomes a sort of time machine.
でも、みんな一緒に巻き戻るんだったら意味ないんじゃ。あ！
That's right. We don't need a time machine to reverse time.
時空神に耐えるだけでいいんだ。周りの世界は巻き戻るけど、自分はそのまま過去の世界に行ったのと同じだよ。つまり時空神に逆らってその場にとどまって過去の世界が追いついてくるのを待つって感じかな。これなら時間の流れを変えるわけじゃないから矛盾も起きないよ。
A broad smile appears on Dinne's face as she links arms with me.
やっぱりすごいよ、セツナは。過去への生き方を知ってるなんて。
No, I'm not amazing or anything. Everything I said was explained to me by someone else. That's right. I had this same conversation with someone before. Is my memory coming back? When was it? Who was it with? And why? Why did my past self have a conversation about a time machine of all things?
いいんだよ。無理して思い出さなくても。
I've heard those words before too. Above those white clouds, that white bench,
多
that white
分、
beach.
セツナにはあったんだよ。忘れちゃいたいくらい辛いことが。思い出したくないくらい悲しいことが。
But still, I have to remember, or else I'll make the same mistake.
大丈夫。
Why? Why are you so sure?
だって私知ってるもん。セツナが頑張ってるってこと。
trying my best?
お仕事にも行ってるし、ご飯も作ってくれるし、探し物も手伝ってくれるし、それから、とにかく、今頑張ってるんだから、せつなはそれでいいの。
That's some forced logic. But then again, that's who she is.
それに、もし思い出しちゃったら。
What's she trying to say? But in the end, Dinah just looks down at the ground and cuts the word short. I follow her gaze to a slightly scruffy young girl sitting in the shadow of a building. At her feet, there's a sketchbook, something resembling a priceless written on it.
行こう、せつな。
Dinah hangs her head, then forcefully pulls me by the arm. Oh, okay. Our exchange just now felt a little empty. It's generally fun when we're stuck in our fantasies. But when facing reality, the mere thought of it floods my head with problems I have no fixing. Starvation. It's a hopeless world where you must sell your body to survive. Is that girl... Those glanting eyes in the darkness belong to someone I know. Cut and curse.
知り合い？
Noticing the sound of our voices, Karen looks up. But she immediately looks away once more. No, it's nothing. She just looks like someone I know. That's right, I have no business with her anymore. She doesn't wish to have any business with me either. Let's go. As I pass by, I still glance at the scroll in her sketchbook. 1 go, 50 million. 2 goes, 80 million. Half price for Setsuna. Wait. Wait, she does after all. Wow, nice. You didn't even fix that. Nice, just because the S key's next to the D key. You, what'll I do if they spread weird rumors about me in the neighborhood? Karin folds away her sketchbook, stands up, and holds out her hand. She wants hush money? Wait a second. I only have, exactly 25 million right now.
せつな。
Well, wait, this isn't what it looks like.
じゃあどういうこと？ちゃんと説明して。
That's...
3、4、5。よし、毎度。
Hey, don't snatch the money for yourself.
毎度ってどういうこと？こういうこといつもしてるの？
Oh, for the love of... Why do I get myself into these situations?
せつなのバカ！不潔！最低！
はぁ
Karin glares at Dinah. Crap.
今、私の客をバカにしたか？
I'm not a client.
せつなに悪いこと教えたのはあなた？
She didn't teach me. She didn't.
せつなも黙っててよ！
そりゃ私はこういう仕事してるからバカにされんのは慣れてる。けど大切な客をバカにされて黙っちゃおけねえな。
What's with that written professional streak of yours, Karin?
せつなだって頑張ってお仕事してるの。今日だって手が真っ赤になるまで頑張ってきたんだから。その大切なお金を無駄なことに使うなんて黙って見過ごせないよ。
That's the problem with you, didn't it?
無駄じゃねえよな、せつな。
無駄遣いだよね、せつな。
So I have to step in this time, huh? Actually, I wasn't even...
じゃあ、あんたがこいつを満足させてやれるってのかよ。無理だろ。
できるの。
Knock it off, you two.
私がせつなを幸せにするんだもん。絶対幸せにするんだもん。
はぁ？幸せ？
そう、幸せにするの。せつなだけじゃないよ。世界。
Karin blinks a few times, then heaves a huge sigh.
くだらねえ。
本当だよ。本当に世界を救っちゃうんだから。
そうか。で、ど どうやってこんな世界を救うってんだ？
それは秘密。
あのな。
Karin's been back into a corner. Then the scene I saw earlier today suddenly flashes through my mind. Sara tried to persuade Karin, but Sara's earnest wishes didn't get through to her. The more earnest their wishes are, the more they can use to be hurt each other. That's why, to prevent that, someone has to come between to protect them both. Now there, you two, guards will come if you cause a ruckus here.
でも、
Dina makes no attempt to pursue the matter. I bring my face close to hers and whisper, "Sorry, can you leave us alone for a moment?" Oh, her face. Dina has lost her words, her disbelief written on her face. Jeez, I can't stand that look of hers. I can't either, me. I'd clear things up if I just explain the situation. But she's one person I can't get involved with this. In this. Yeah, it's... Please.
じゃあ、うちで待ってる。
Dina staggers, taking a step back. Sorry, Dina, but I just want you to think about saving the world. In exchange, I'll take responsibility and protect your wish to the end. I might take a while. You can go ahead and sleep first. The diminished side of her back makes her appear even smaller than usual. But that's Dina over there. Just as she turns the corner.
Setsunaのバカー!
I shudder to think what'll come next.
んじゃ、邪魔者もいなくなったこったし、早速始めようぜ。
Why are you messing with my clothes?
お、寒いのか？ちょっと待ってろよ、毛布敷いてやるから。
Not that. You were waiting for me, right? As I sit down in an empty spot nearby, Karin sets herself right next to me. Jeez, why do I have to play the bad guy for a girl like her?
けど金ももらっちまったし、とりあえずやることやってからにしようぜ。
I'll give you a smack at the end while I'm at it.
いいけど、追加料金1億な。
No, that was a joke. Do you actually have that option available?
こんな世の中だ。いろいろ手広くやんねえとな。
Don't talk like you're some hotshot exec. You're not making other girls do the same, are you?
私が元締めみたいに言うんじゃねえよ。あいつらが勝手に私の真似してるだけだ。ま、希望するやつにノウハウくらいは教えてるけどな。当然、危ねえことはしねえように言ってるよ。
At the end of the day, you're training them up, aren't you?
そこ行くとピーチなんかは特別だな。うちに転がり込んできた時からプロ顔負けのテクを持っててさ。
I want to go home.
どういう家で育てられたのか、なんとなく想像ついちまうよな。と、悪いな、新規くせえ話して。今は全部忘れて楽しんでってくれよ。
Why do you keep steering the conversation in that direction? Just get to the point. Why is she floundering?
別に用なんてねえよ。普通に仕事してただけだ。
Why is she looking away? That can't be right. It said half price off for Setsuna on your site just now, didn't it?
常連は大事にしねえとな。
I'm not a regular.
まあまあ、おとなしくサービスされとけって。
Karin pushes me down on the ground and straddles me. I knew it. Something's off. He's acting so pushy in spite of the way we parted earlier.
私はこんなだからさ。他にやり方知らねえんだよ。
What are you talking about?
あいつらとは喧嘩とかしねえしさ。つうか、喧嘩なんかしてる余裕もねえしな。
I still have no idea what you're talking about.
客と揉めた時は、こうやってサービスすりゃ、だいたい丸く収まるんだ。
Don't tell me. You're...
なんだよ。今度は何が不満なんだよ。
You're trying to make up with me, right?
ちげえよ。仕事だっつってんだろ。まあ、確かに。ありゃ私が悪かったし。つうか一番悪いのはサラだし。あんたには何の関係もねえし。
She's way too tongue-tied. But I kind of understand what she's trying to say. Besides, it's not the first time she's been this awkward. In that case, you have no further business with me. I get up from the floor. Karin ends up sitting on my knees and the two of us face each other.
もう、怒ってねえのか。
I wasn't mad at you to begin with.
欲求不満でもねえか。
Well, I'm fine for the moment.
よかった。
Karin breathes a sigh of relief. Jeez, she should have been straight with me from the start. But words can sometimes be like daggers. She must have realized that too after having her actions speak for her first instead.
たまったらいつでも言ってくれていいからな。
It might just be an issue of personality though. Leaving that aside, I've got a favor to ask you, is that okay?
なんでもいいぞ。2500万円分までならな。
Forget about that for now. I'm asking about Sarah. I sense Karin's body tense up from out of her name. She might seem like an angel, but she's no god. She's a mortal like the rest of us. There are things she can't see, looking down from above the clouds, just as we can't see from the sky below. Sky from below.
何が言いてんだよ。
Pardon me. I'm not telling you to make up with her, but I think you should get to know each other a little more. Even people under the same roof have disagreements. Any two people are sure to have things they can't compromise on. But as long as they're willing to try and understand the other person, they'll learn to trust each other eventually.
どうして？
Why, that's good enough for now. That's the first step to understanding. I was afraid to take this first step that day, because I want to know about Sarah too. I don't know whether my encounter with Sarah was a coincidence, but now that we've met, I can't get away from her. The same mistake I made on that day.
答えになってねえよ。
You're right, it isn't. She was asking me why I told her to get to know Sarah, when the one she wants to know more is me.
要するにあんたはさ、
Karin's piercing gaze shoots right through me.
好きなんだろ、サラのことが。
And she knows me too well. That's right, I love Sarah. What?
だったらやっぱり、あんたは私の敵。
But I love you just as much. Playboy, I can't do that. I can't do what Dina does and boast about liking the world for what it is. I'm an outsider after all. The place where I truly belong is probably someplace else. But it should be fine for me, at least to like people I've met here, right? I love you both, so I want to know more. I might not like what I learn. I might even regret ever finding out. But I'm sick of regretting my ignorance. It's easy to draw conclusions about someone without trying to get to know them. Pushing your ideals onto others rids you of your discontent, and deciding someone's your enemy, you don't get to hurt when you come to dislike them. But there's going back after that. That's what I've learned.
そりゃ、私だって知りてえよ。けど、隠してんのはあいつらだ。
Hiding what? She looks down and bites her lip. Tell me if you know something, Karin.
どうしてあんたなんかに。
I told you I want to know because I love you.
わあ、もう好きだとか簡単に口走ってんじゃねえよ。
I'm just just saying the truth, though.
ったく、わかったよ。話してやるよ。
Oh?
けど、勘違いすんじゃねえぞ。私は好きでもなんでもねえからな。サラのことも。あんた、サラは敵だし、あんたがサラの味方するってんなら、あんたも敵だ。
That's fine. To think it's that easy for people to understand each other. You have to put yourself out there, prepared to get hurt after all. Have to lower your defenses first.
5年前、このアイランドを出てった連中がいたのは知ってっか？
Yeah, the exploration team. The 3 explorers who departed on a journey in search of the Holy Land. A compromise between revolutions, for liberation from the island. But one of them returned.
その頃私はアバロンが使ってたアジトを見つけて、そこで暮らしてた。ほら、あの倉庫だよ。今よりはずっとマシな生活だったよ。アジトに多少の蓄えは残ってたし、姉貴が毎日食料を持ってきてくれたからな。まあその分、他の場所の子たちは飢えてたんだろうが。
Karin's expression turns grim when she looks around us. Looks like she's just said something she could really get in trouble for.
遠征隊が出てってから1ヶ月くらい経った頃のことだ。姉貴が一人の男を連れてきた。教会の衛兵に追われてたんだとよ。全身ひでえ大怪我でさ、子供の私にももう助からねえって分かった。
Was he an ex-Avalon?
さあな。その男は口が聞けるような状態じゃなかったし、札も持ってなかった。だけどそいつは多分23人の遠征隊の一人だ。
Huh?
そいつはさ、上ごとで言ってたんだ。海を見たって。
The ocean?
アイランドに伝わるおとぎ話に出てくる言葉だ。外の世界は半分以上水で覆われていて、そこを海って呼ぶんだそうだ。
There's an ocean across the horizon?
もちろん海なんて誰も見たことはねえし、本当にあるのかどうかもわからねえ。そいつが本当に海を見てきたのかどうかもわかんねえ。けどもし本当だったら、
Go on.
聖地アバロンは海の向こうにあるって言われてる。
So, the man left the island in search for the Holy Land, having seen the ocean. But why did he come back on his own? Was he gravely injured? Why was the church after him?
教会は聖地の存在を隠そうとしてる。
Or what?
奴らは札でこのアイランドを支配してる。聖地が見つかっちまえば、誰もが食料に困らなくなる時代がやってくれば、奴らは支配力を失う。
Okay, so they're like a monarchy. So they tried to silence the ones that returned. There's my bad habit again. Only taking parts I want to hear, I let my rest, just like a kid would. Said I wanted to know more, so I like them. The truth is, I'm scared of they really think. This happens over and over. Same mistakes. What happened to him after that?
消えちまったよ。数日後に忽然とな。あちこち探し回ったけど、結局見つからずじまいだ。
Maybe he's still hiding somewhere. Maybe the church found him and took him away. Maybe.
ひでえ怪我だったからな。どのみち長くは持たなかっただろうな。
What kind of guy was he?
顔はよく覚えてねえな。怪我がひどくて、まともに見れたもんじゃなかったことくらいしか。そうだな。年は20歳くらいだったかな。
It was 25. Just 25 years ago.
それからこんなことも口走ってたな。リンネ。
Rene? Not even Dinne, just eh?
お、どうした？
Oh, it's nothing. No way, could he have been? No, not yet. I don't have enough information. There are still many things I need to know. I've got it. Tomorrow I'll ask someone at the church once I get the chance.
やめとけ。連中がボロを出すわけねえよ。
But nothing's going to change if you give up before even trying.
下手すりゃあんたも、あの男みてえな目に遭わされるぞ。
What are you worried about me for?
ちげえよ。あんたの口から私たちのことまでバレんのが心配なだけだ。
Seriously. She should be honest about how she feels. Tsundere. She didn't tell me about herself because she trusts me. Tell me herself because she trusts me. And she told me about the man precisely because she expects something from me, right? So, I'll meet those expectations. It's okay. Things probably won't go badly.
多分とかいうやつ、信じらんねえよ。
Definitely then.
じゃあとかいうやつも信じらんねえ。
She's right. Well, I have trouble believing in things too. While I may not be able to trust the church, I feel like I can believe Sarah on this one.
最初から諦めてたら何も変わらないか。仕方ねえな。私は別の方向から教会に探りを入れてみるよ。
That's the resource who cut in for you. She'll do whatever she can.
だから一人で先走りすぎんじゃねえぞ。
Then come and save me if the enemy takes me prisoner. Cut in, right?
レッド？なんだよそりゃ。
Reds are passionate characters who never shy away from the face of adversity. They never abandon their friends.
はあ？
Except for some. We agreed to meet in the same place tomorrow. Make my way back home. Resounding in the back of my mind are her words.
この世界には秘密がある。
Yes, but Dini told us as well. She said that with a mysterious look on her face.
そして秘密を解き明かせば革命が起こる。姉貴がよく言ってた言葉だ。絶対暴いてやる。教会の連中が握ってるこの世界の秘密を。
That's true. Then what is the church planning? Or is it simply Karin's obsession, given how much she wants the church to be the villain? Whichever the case, the key to unlocking the secret of this war lies with the explorer who came back. My guess is correct. He was Dine's older brother, who's gone missing. That's right, Setsuna. I stop in my tracks and look up at the oppressive sky. Setsuna went missing 5 years ago. If I'm not careful, I might get Dine involved in my digging. No, I won't let that happen. Not this time. Not again. I slid under the blankets that's been out on the floor. Take a deep sigh. Today has been extremely tiring somehow. Not just today. Every day since then, since I arrived. There's no such thing as a normal life in this world. In fact, there's no such thing as in any place. There's no such thing in any place or time. As much as you think every day repeats itself, something's always changing from day to day. It's just that I didn't notice those small changes all that time ago. So this is proof of my growth, huh? I doubt it.
あ、バレちゃった。
Did you think you wouldn't be? Same action, the same conversation as the day before. But that's where things differ.
邪魔？
The yearning tone of Dine's voice seeking my response. It's clear she has something to talk about. That's right, she's terrible at hiding her true intentions.
邪魔だったら戻るけど。
Dine's crappy at hiding her view. She hates lies and is a god-awful actress. The reason a dim-witted guy like me has been able to detect these minute changes every day is because I've been with her all this time. Don't worry about it. What did you want to talk about?
せつな、好きな人がいるって言った。あれは嘘だったの？
Oh, she's talking about that thing out in room. She said something about wasting money back there, but that wasn't all. But I can't help but think she was blaming me for something. That's right. I love Sarah. But I love you just as much. Love should only be reserved for that special someone. It's not meant to be able to say so lightly.
答えて。私、怒ってるんだよ。
Whether I have someone I love or not, huh? Who knows? Not even I'm all that sure. It should have been easy to dodge that question, but she's seen right through me. That's the feeling I got from her. You know, I used to think it was perfectly natural to give all you have to someone once you fall in love with them. It's not for my sake. I didn't care about my own happiness or whether or not I'll be forgotten, given. It'd be just the natural punishment for a crime I've committed. But I might have been wrong. I might have just been trying to become someone different all this time. I don't want to carry on living as a man who sacrifices someone else to extend his own life. I don't want my life to end, not with the way I am now. That's why I really feel right. That's how I really feel now. You're asking me if I love that girl. Yes, I do. I love her as much as I'm willing to turn the girl. I love her so much that I'm willing to turn the world against me. Ines said it before, that my feelings for her were the most important thing. But that alone's not enough. That alone means nothing. She took me in, loved me, and believed me. Of course I'd fall in love with her. This time, I want to be able to love myself. It might not have been right to say that. Though if people do get reincarnated, it wouldn't be so that they'd continue to be punished. It's so that they might have a chance to start over. She gave me a reason to start again. She could see right through me. Maybe she knew how much I hated myself.
難しいね。
Yeah, not even I know what I'm talking about anymore. I let all my insecurities slip out, one after the other. I wonder what she liked about me. Someday I'll be able to see her again. I don't suppose she'll tell me the truth then.
私に聞かれてもわかんないよ。
Well, that's true.
でも大丈夫。いつか好きになるよ。誰かとずっと一緒にいるとね、だんだんその人のことを好きになっていくんだよ。だったらずっと一緒にいる自分のことはいつか絶対好きになるよ。
Oh, now I get it. Yeah, that'd be nice.
絶対だよ。
You'll come to love someone when you spend all your time together, huh? If that girl fell in love with me for the same reason, then... Thanks, Dine. I feel like that's taken weight off a little. I wonder if the day will come when I'll grow to love myself. If I feel like she would only be able to love someone without reason.
だからね、やけになったらダメだよ。もっと自分を大切にしないと。
Wait, I'm not getting myself down or anything. That reminds me, she's still got the wrong idea about Karin. Just to be clear, Dine, I didn't do anything to that girl.
でもさっきの子、知り合いっぽかったし。
No, that was just... she's an acquaintance from work. I'm not lying, really.
そっか、皿洗いの仕事だと残飯いっぱい出るもんね。
Phew, looks like she believes in me.
じゃあ、エッチなことは？
I didn't do it, I swear.
本当に？
Why do I feel like a guy being suspected of cheating? Well, I did kiss her. Why did you pinch my nose for?
マイナス1000万刹那ポイント。
The Setsuna system point system. The Setsuna point system. Setsuna points?
ゼロ刹那ポイントになったらアイランジャーから除名されるよ。
And how many points do I have left?
マイナス1000万刹那ポイント。
So it's the exact same because I'd get kicked out of the match and lose my job. This time I kicked out by Rangers. So I started from 0?
一人でも平気だよ、リンネピンク。
She's angry. I don't really get it, but she's super angry. That's weird. I heard that kissing was okay on the island. Well, I call it a kiss, but in either case, it wasn't just me who initiated it.
どっちもマイナス5000万刹那ポイント。
They're dropping exponentially? How do I collect points?
たまらないよ。
Seriously?
マイナス1億刹那ポイントになったら寝返って敵の幹部として再登場するよ。
I don't like the sound of the plot twist.
じゃあもうしちゃダメ。
Okay. I honestly agree to Dine's request. I am both Sarah's bodyguard and Karin's spy. But I'm Dine's partner, first and foremost.
でもね、本当に好きな人とだったらいいんだよ。
What are you talking about?
エッチなこと。
Oh, spoken like a true adult.
刹那ポイントもたまるよ。
Truth is, Dine, I've always loved...
はい、嘘。マイナス100万刹那ポイント。
Oh. My return to the Eye Dangers is going to be a treacherous journey.
選ばれし愛の戦士だからね。
That's super cheesy.
恥ずかしくないよ。かっこいいよ。
Really? It'd be great if Blue and Red would team up with us.
ブルー？レッド？
They'll have to fill in for Yellow.
イエローは帰ってこないの？
He can't get any points after all.
そっか。
But he'll come back one day, when he finds true love. Jeez, that was really cheesy.
恥ずかしくないよ。かっこいいよ。
Really?
じゃあ約束。絶対だよ。
Okay.
待ってるからね。刹那。
She mutters something seemingly profound, and before long her breath settles into a steady rhythm in slumber. Sure that pillow talk didn't have any deep meaning to it, but I can't get those words out of my head.
絶対また会いに来て。生まれ変わって待ってるから。
I wonder if people really can be reborn. If so, would we be able to do things over? In that case, how should I use this one chance? The chance she gave me when she let me live again.
刹那？
What is it?
刹那？
Oh, she's just sleep talking. Suddenly reminded of the cold night, I huddle closer to Dine and smooth out the blanket. I want her to dream, no matter how short. The kind of dream where we are searching along the shore. The kind where she frolics in the waves in her bright white boots. Never Island. Tachyon particles. Okay, now we're getting into stuff I learned at school. Cool. The general term for particles that move faster than the speed of light. Of course, it's said that faster than light travel is impossible. Consider the relation between how an object moves and said object's energy. Energy is needed in order for an object to move, but the greater its velocity, the more energy is required. Say it takes an object 10 units of energy to move at a velocity of 10. It doesn't then follow that it would take 20 doesn't it then follow that it would take 20 units for energy to move at the velocity of 20? The energy required is actually equal to the velocity squared. In this case, the object's velocity would be approximately 14. Let's say, for example, that an object's velocity increases tenfold when you apply 100 units of energy, and that it increases tenfold when you apply 10,000 units of energy. The speed of the object would continue to increase in the same fashion as more and more energy was applied, until finally its velocity exceeded the speed of light. Why then does everything claim that faster than light travel is impossible? That's because the energy required is also dependent on the object's mass. The amount of force required to move a heavy object is greater than it is for a lighter one, as I'm sure everyone knows from experience. And it should go without saying that it takes double the amount of force to force an object that's double the weight. That doesn't change the fact that the object's velocity will increase so long as the energy continues to be applied to it. But according to the theory of relativity, the mass of an object changes depending on its velocity. The closer an object is to light speed, the more its mass increases, and the moment it reaches light speed, its mass becomes infinitely larger. To move an object with infinite mass, it would need an infinite amount of energy as well. And it's for this reason that people conclude that faster than light travel is impossible. But herein lies the trick. That objects increase in mass as they move in conclusion, drawn from external observation. How would you go about measuring the mass of a moving object though? There's no way to move a moving object on a set of scales. Through observation, you estimate the mass of a given object based on its acceleration, acceleration caused in turn by the fact that X amount of energy being applied to it. Lost? Of course you are. That's because this is clearly circular reasoning. I'm lost already, man. You've already gone past what I've learned. When discussing whether or not the application of enough energy might cause an object to reach light speed, deriving said object's mass from change in velocity is pointless. All you've confirmed is the hypothesis that acceleration is made harder the closer that an object is to light speed. I feel like this is like an external force talking to us, the people, so we understand stuff in the game, but it's also to give us a centralized idea to come to a conclusion, I feel like. So I think next time with this, I won't read it. I'll have like Google Translate. No, I'll have myself read it because it's gonna take too long to do. I'm not gonna spend that long editing. That the theory of relativity explains the phenomenon that as an increase of mass is merely a means of confirming it to our own present understanding of physics. The prospect that is reaching light speed is impossible due to the problem of infinite mass. This is by no means a matter of certitude. But as long as the object's acceleration is made harder by the velocity at which it's traveling, it's inevitable that the energy driving it is going to disappear. So where does the energy disappear to? The answer is simple. It disappears into the fourth dimension. At this point, you might be mad at me for pulling your leg, but that's not what I'm doing, I assure you. I'm dead serious. The first dimension is linear, the second is a flat plane, the third is space. With the addition of a fourth axis, that time, you then get four-dimensional space-time. Even if everything appears stationary in third-dimensional space, it continues to move into the fourth dimension. The passage of time, in layman's terms. Now then, there's a phenomenon in which the passage of time itself slows the closer an object is to light speed. You don't need me to explain any further, right? It's called the Urashima effect. Ah, I see. Looking again at the same phenomenon though, a four-dimensional lens, you might also describe it as the slowing of movement along the time axis. Just as energy is necessary to make an object accelerate, energy is also needed to make an object decelerate. That's right, the energy which appears to disappear is in fact expended in the fourth dimension to slow the object's movement. Now, Having solved that mystery, let's consider what happens if we continue applying energy to the object. Unfortunately, it won't reach light speed no matter how much energy we apply to it. We would need an infinite amount of energy to reduce its speed along the time axis to 0. And there's a limit to how much energy originally devoted to acceleration through three-dimensional space can be converted into energy for controlling movement along the time axis. There's no limit, though, to how much energy to how much energy you can directly apply to an object's movement through time, though. Should have worded that better. This is where tachyons finally come in. Normal objects move positively along the time axis, even light, which has a value of 0. This doesn't necessarily cross over into negative values. Tachyon particles, however, have a greater momentum than the speed of light, and are thought to proceed negatively along the time axis. It then becomes possible using the energy obtained from tachyons to reverse an object's movement along the time axis, enabling faster than light travel. Oops, we're back to circular reasoning. When discussing the possibility of faster than light travel, dragging faster than light particles, tachyons, into the equation introduces a logical contradiction. Then again, the question of whether or not tachyons exist holds no water in this discussion either. Without any evidence of where tachyons come from, you end up falling into a trap of circular reasoning, one way or another. Or, the better term in this case would be infinite regress? Or perhaps what's circular? What's stuck in infinite regress is the universe itself. From higher dimensions, you might see the axis of time distort and interconnect, lacking beginning or end. Even tachyons would appear to us to be moving negatively along the time axis, might be moving forward in a time from their perspective. In that case, all we can do, residing in the third dimension, is go with the flow of time, or resist it and wait things out. But those are two choices really though. Are those two choices really enough? After all, there are only two paths out of the present, the future and the past. As for which we'll pick, the choice is in our hands.
時間がないどうしよう
Oh, what's up, Rine? Dinne.
おはようせつな
When I look to see what's causing the ruckus, I find Dinne dashing back and forth across the kitchen.
ごめんね、ちょっと寝坊しちゃって。急いでおじいちゃんのお弁当作らないと。あ、パン切れてたんだっけ？何かすぐ作れそうなものは。
Oh, I'll give you a
どこの馬の骨とも知れんやつが作ったものを食べられるか。
Whoa, that came out of nowhere.
リンネ、今日はもういい。一食くらい抜いてもどうということはない。
ダメだよ、おじいちゃんももう年なんだからちゃんと栄養取らないと。
By the way, Nirvan, you wolfed down the whole curry I made yesterday, didn't you?
捨てるわけにはいかんからな。だがあんな甘ったるいもの、わしはカレーとは認め。
あ、まだ刹那カレー残ってる。これでいっか。はい、お弁当。
Nirvan reluctantly accepts the curry-filled lunchbox that's thrust upon him.
まったく、この男が来てからというもの毎日忙しくてかなわんわ。
I'm really sorry.
せつなは謝らなくていいよ。悪いのは寝坊しちゃった私だよ。
白々しいことを毎晩二人でこそこそと出かけとるくせに。
ほら、早く行かないと遅刻しちゃうよ。いってらっしゃい、今日も頑張ってね。
まったく。
Nirvan looking defeated, heads for the door.
いいかお前、孫を危険な目に遭わせてみろ。
The that he leaves. What's scary is that it didn't sound like he was joking.
大丈夫だよ。いくらおじいちゃんでもそんなことしないよ。多分ね。
I know, I'll be fine as long as I don't put her in danger. Anyways, our nightly outings were totally obvious, it seems.
おかしいの。いつも酔いつぶれてるのに。
Well, parents are more vigilant with their children than you'd expect. But he hasn't found out that we slept in the same bed yet, right? Hey, Dine, can you tell Nodovan? You can tell Nodovan, can't you? About what we're trying to do.
でも、
Look, you need a massive battery, right? Nodovan works at a power plant. If you can get him to help, he can fix your problem easy. And it's not just him. Everyone here would lend a hand if you gave them proper explanation. But Dine just looks at me concerningly.
どうせ信じてくれないよ。
That's an unusual pessimistic thing for Dine to say. I believe you.
それは刹那が変なんだよ。
Weird? Me?
変だよ。すっごく。
Well, it's true. I might not have believed if she didn't.
ね。だから完成するまでは私と刹那だけの秘密ね。
Got it. Our little secret. A single lifeline. A means of saving the world. If we're not careful, whoever we tell might get in our way or use that information for nefarious purposes. It looks like I'm the only one worrying about that kind of stuff.
みんなをびっくりさせたいしね。
That's the face of someone who only sees the best in others.
ごめんね。お弁当を持たせてあげられなくて。
Don't sweat it. And by the way, you're not running out of food because of me, are you?
大丈夫。西地区の配給は明日だから。
Oh, my long-awaited ration day has finally come. What am I so over the moon about? Well, I'll finally be able to shed this life of poverty for one.
明日は久しぶりにお菓子が食べられるかもね。
Oh, you can get candy too?
たまに飴とかチョコとかもらえるんだよ。早く明日にならないかな。
You're definitely a useless kid if you're getting excited about candy.
私甘いもの大好き。
Oh, I thought she'd deny it.
私子供じゃないもん。
Then you don't need candy. Why don't I swap it for some bread?
それとこれとは別。女の人は大人になっても甘いもの大好きなんだもん。
Well, let's just leave it at that for now.
本当だもん。
Oh, I remember it all too well. A young lady that just has who'd get just as enthused about shaved ice. But the fact I can't remember her smile means we never got to eat it in the end back then. I hope you get your candy. I gave her beheaded head a good old rub, and as always, Dine beams contently. If only we'd been able to have that shaved ice without a hitch. If only we'd be able to live out a peaceful life after that. I might have even had a kid like you.
よくわからないけど、すっごく失礼なこと考えてる？
Sorry. I'm not sure a kid of mine would be all kinds of twisted.
じゃなくて、子供扱いしてるとこ。
Don't get so mad. It was just a joke.
冗談だったら何でも許されると思ったら大間違いだよ。
I messed up. Oh, I almost forgot. You can buy condiments around here, right?
雑貨屋さんにたまに入荷してるよ。
Then I'll make something tasty for you tonight, as an apology.
本当？
Yeah, you betcha. The problem is getting the ingredients. All my money is with cut-in ever since she snatched it out of my hands, so current balance is, well, 0. Of course, I'll get paid if I do a day's work, like usual, but...
じゃあ、約束？
Dine sticks her little finger out to me. Promise?
さあ、刹那忘れっぽいから、こうやってちゃんと約束しとかなきゃ。
I extended my little finger just as instructed. That's when a sudden thought flashes through my mind. We'd still be together, even after death. I wonder if that promise from back then still stands even now. Or has it expired? I left on a journey to fulfill my promise to her. I suddenly feel like I've come a long way.
指切り剣な嘘ついたら針千本のます
God, that's an old rhyme. I've never heard that in my life. But I'm sure there's actually a second part to that rhyme. The oath maker's end does the pinky swear rend. You're punished for breaking the promise, but if you die, you're free. So that promise together, even death might be invalid to begin with. Although...
早く帰ってきてね、刹那
Yeah, I'm still living my life, aren't I? I'm sure the promise is still in effect. Right, I'll make sure to wrap things up quickly today, and head straight back. Sent off with a smile, from dinner, I began to climb the stairs. I recall my feet feeling leaden as I went to work the other day. It's not just work that awaits me today, though. A secret to this world to which the church holds the key, and Sarah who clung weeping to me the other day. But I made a promise. That promise isn't a weight on my shoulders. It's a force which propels me forward. So all I have to do is keep on moving. With that resolve, I stepped boldly into the church. But Sarah's nowhere to be found. When I asked one woman passing by, it seems she shut herself in the room with no intention of coming out. Can't blame her, I guess. It's not like I can go wandering into women's quarters, and I'm so carefree. And I'm not so carefree as to just be idle about here. I decided to ask the guard if I can help out with some security work for the church instead. Security doesn't mean apprehending terrorists or fighting insurgents, however. Their work simply involves making regular patrols of the church perimeter, and even that's not much of a job. But to be quite honest, the disdainful glares that you sometimes get from regular citizens are quite painful. One of the guards told me it usually carries a weapon as a form of deterrence, but I'm not allowed to since I'm not officially a guard. Having to lug something like that around would just slow me down anyways. It's better that I'm unarmed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to glean any more information about the exploration team other than what Cuttin told me yesterday, but I learned quite a bit about the church's conflict with Avalon in the past. The guard I spoke to, he had been working for the church since those days. The story he told me made me want to plug my ears. I wasn't really able to picture when he told me that how the alleys were piled high with bodies. Finding a dead body was still somewhat of a good thing, since so many people just went missing, never to be found. It may sound nice being able to cling to hope that they'll still be out their lives somewhere, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Hope can be surprisingly fragile. 3 days without food and you lose your strength to stand. You're no longer able to open your eyes after a week. Slowly but surely, hope vanishes before you know it, it's gone. But that doesn't mean that there's no getting back on your feet. Hope returns, grows back. But for that, you need time, and a mind-boggling amount of it at that. I'm sure the people of that island are waiting for the time to come. I'm sure Sarah is no section. I'm so bored, and so hungry. I have too much time on my hands now. Now I've finished making my rounds and I'm right back at the church. Despite my efforts to gather intel on Sarah and the church, everyone's busy and the guards have disappeared due to some urgent business. Huh? I spy a little girl walking past, her hands full of bags. Right, I'll go float a bit while pretending to help. Resume my inquiries. You seem to be having trouble. Where are you taking all these? Wait, she's...
Setsuna-san!
It's the ringleader herself.
すみません、Setsuna-san! この度は多大なご迷惑を!
It's okay. if you're talking about yesterday, that didn't bother me.
すみません。
Her head bobs up and down at high speed. People seem to be crowding around us. Okay. Well, if we're going to have this conversation, I think we should move it someplace else.
今朝はすっかり寝坊してしまいまして。
Come again? You overslept?
お恥ずかしい限りです。
So the reason you didn't come out of your room this morning's because...
爆睡しちゃってました。
Then what about yesterday in the lift?
それは
Sarah's eyes start darting around. Then she gazes off to one side.
特に反省はしていませんが。
What the hell?
責められる言われもないかと。
The hell do you do? The hell? Yes you do! You were the only one who made the moves on me.
勝手に身の上話を始めてそういう雰囲気を作ったのは刹那さんじゃないですか。
I guess it might have been my fault. You know, for saying stuff that could have been misunderstood.
誤解なんてしていませんし、刹那さんにも落ち度はありませんよ。
I don't get her weirdly stubborn attitude.
晴天の教義にも反していませんし。
God, just throw the sketchy book in the trash already. I think that's it for my blood sugar.
もしかしてお腹空かれてるんですか？
Sort of.
それは良かったです。私もちょうどこれからお昼ですので、ご一緒しませんか？
Sarah opens one of the bags to show me what's inside. It's packed full with sandwiches.
それではどうぞお好きなだけ。
Wait, are all these packed with sandwiches?
少し作りすぎてしまったので、担当お召し上がりください。
A few? Oh well. I might as well be thankful for them since she's offering. There's 50% more corn in this sandwich than usual. Did you make these for them?
はい。どうやら私の現状認識が甘かったようですので、今日は作れるだけ作ってみました。
I see. So that's her response.
もちろん、そういう問題じゃないのは分かっています。ですが、できることをしないというわけにもいきませんから。
Even if she's attacked for being a hypocrite, huh?
今日も手伝っていただけますか？あの子たちに配るのは。
Yeah, of course. That makes you wonder just how long it took her to make all these sandwich. Oh, that's why she overslept. Geez, just how devoted is she? Though, there is one thing I want to get straightened out first.
はい、何でしょう。
It's pretty nerve-wracking being put on the spot. But there's no sense in chickening out and changing the subject. Yeah, my friends. It might be excusable during peacetime, but right now we're in a position to act like a couple. Wait, that's chickening out too. Regardless of the world we live in, there's one thing I'm unwilling to concede. I made a promise. I can't be romantically involved with you. I made a wish. Sure, a wish that I could change. That still holds true. But that doesn't mean I want to forget the past. So, I'm sorry. I can't support you.
心外ですね。私が刹那さんにすがっているとでも？
Did I get the wrong idea?
支えが必要なのは刹那さんじゃないですか。
I told you,
その約束の相手をなくされたんですよね。
Hey.
死者は人を支えてはくれません。屍は荷物にしかなりません。荷物を捨てろとは言いません。過去を忘れろとは言いません。わかっています。捨てようとして捨てられるものではないことは。
忘れようとして忘れられるものではないことは。ですが、だからこそ、前に進むためには、誰かの支えが必要なんです。
Then, who is she suggesting I'm relying on? Who is it that enables me to keep moving forward? Of course. That goes without saying. Thanks for your consideration. No, I'm alright.
とてもそうは思えません。
You'll be meddling if you go any further.
そうは思いません。
Look, I'm clutching my head in exasperation. Why is she so passionate? It's simple, right? I have someone I love. That's all there is to it.
私だって好きな人はいます。それがせつなさんです。
You're wrong. Our paths just happened to cross.
いいえ、違いません。
She looked straight at me. Her gaze was unwavering.
せつなさんは私の恋人です。
What's she saying?
私たちはかつて将来を約束し合いました。
What's she talking about?
ここに住む人たちを救おうと誓い合いました。
When did we do that?
毎晩大きな大きな夢を語り合いました。
Who was that with?
ですがせつなさんは約束も果たさず死んでしまいました。
Died?
せつなさん、
Sarah calls my name without the slightest bit of hesitation.
あなたは何者ですか？
Who am I? What keeps me going? What am I living for? But more than that, Sarah, who are you? That isn't me. That's not me in her memories. So, who?
私はあなたを殺した人間です。
Who is she?
もう一度問います。せつなさん、あなたは何者ですか？
I swore never to repeat the same mistake I made that day. So think about it. Sarah's true feelings behind her words. What she's seeking from me and what she's seeking from Setsuna. Think about it and answer her. Don't chicken out. To give the answer I wasn't able to that day. That's right. I'm not your Setsuna. I haven't formed an identity of my own yet, but I'm not going to be afraid of that anymore. I took advantage of Dinne's kindness and borrowed her brother's name so I can live in this world. I touched the collar on my neck, but this belonged to someone dear to you. Setsuna Ohara. Dinne's big brother and Sarah's romantic partner. The one Sarah killed with her own hands. It must have been tough, being with me. You must have loathed me for assuming his name. I reached out around the back of my neck and undid the lock. It feels somewhat strange to have it unbound in so long. I'm returning this. I can't bear the fact that my possession of it brings back painful memories for you. Thus, doing so means that I'll no longer be able to receive rations or get a job. But that's perfect. It means I don't have to show my face to her anymore. After today, the fake Setsuna will vanish before Sarah, once and for all. Sarah? Sarah doesn't reach out to take the collar. Instead, she kneels down, practically putting her forehead to her knees.
すみませんでした。あなたのおっしゃる通りです。私はあなたにあの人の姿を重ね合わせて脅迫じみたことまでしてあなたにあの人を演じさせようと。
Whoa there, I wasn't trying to blame you.
そんなことをしても犯した罪は消えないのに、この真っ黒に汚れた手はきれいにはならないのに。
I don't know what situation she was faced with, but if your hands are tainted, then what does that make mine? Does that make me a man who lied, cheated, defiled his body and soul, then took her life in the end? Want to die together? It's just a straight drop down from hell here. It would be extremely simple. there's no point in doing that if it's that easy. You wouldn't want to forgive yourself if you did that, right? People are reborn. If that's true, then the crimes you've committed will gnaw at your flesh again and again, from one life to the next, till the time comes when you're able to forgive yourself. Until the time comes when you're able to love yourself. All you can do is fulfill your promise. The promise you weren't able to that day.
約束。
The one you made with Setsuna, to save everyone on the island.
はい。
It was your dream, right? Yours and Setsuna's.
はい。
Then make it happen, until your last breath. I plan to do the same. I place my collar on her lap, then turn away. With this, I turn over a new leaf. But I'm already used to that. No matter how treacherous my path, I'll keep on walking. As long as the path lies ahead, even if it's just a tightrope.
せめて最後に教えてください。あなたの本当のお名前を。
So it finally comes. I scratched my head. Turning around, I find Sarah standing there, the rims of her eyes still glistening with tears. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I've always gone by Setsuna my entire life.
ずっと。
Sarah blinks a few times, as if to fan the tears away.
なら。
She presents the collar to me with both hands.
もう少しだけ、せつなさんでいてくださいませんか？
Okay, Renee. Never island. I think we're gonna stop here, because it's like... No, I can go for like until 3. Yeah, I can go until 3, so I can go for another 40 minutes. Sarah and I are left shaking about in the lift, plunging ever downwards. So this means... I've been revived?
なんて言い方をするんですか？再雇用ですよ、再雇用。
I see. Then let's go with that instead.
そういうことなんです。
Fine with me. I have some questions of my own anyways. I'm referring to the real Setsuna. With that said, it's difficult topic to approach given the romantic nature of their relationship. Hey, Sarah, you know the girl I love...
なぜまたこの場所でその話なんですか？
She misunderstood me again. Even if I was just using it as a lead-in. You know, it was right about yesterday when we...
忘れてください！忘れてください！
She's got some nerve seeing as she came on to me. Don't worry yourself. It's not like it was my first time.
私も初めてじゃありませんから。
We're getting nowhere. Wait, shouldn't I stay on the attack? You weren't my second either, you know.
私は一人目ですが。これでも一人目といろいろ経験済みですから。
Why is she being so insistent? Does that mean those boobs of yours have had their fair share of attention?
はい？
That dog, Setsuna. I haven't even laid a hand on those colossal cans myself yet.
当時は16歳でしたから、まだそんなに大きくは。
Oh, that's fine then.
もう5年なんですよね。
You're not a teenager then.
まるであの日からずっと時間が止まってしまっていたような気がします。
To me, 5 years is too long for me to imagine. But I kind of understand how she feels. Time passes a little too quickly in this world. There are moments in life when you want to stand still, and moments when you want to curl up for a while. When that happens, you should just let it go for a short time. Someday, we'll rise up once more and begin to walk again. We'll be able to once we've met someone who pat us on the shoulder and give us our backs a little push.
よかった。せつなさんに出会えて。
Oh, but I can't be take your Setsuna's place, even if I did take his collar.
はい、わかっていますよ。
Sarah flashes a grin.
むしろせつなさんにはそのことを実感させていただきましたから。
So that means I'm just the bait?
だからなんて言い方をするんですか。感謝してるんですよ。目を覚まさせてくださったことに。
Grateful, huh? That unpleasant itch on my back is probably telling me I'm not such a normal guy, that I'm not worth thanking. I'm just a nobody after all. I can't accomplish anything on my own. Right, so why don't you let me fondle those knockers as thanks?
それは競技に反しますから。
So you'd be alright if it's not?
ダメに決まってます。
So the scriptures don't come into play at all. Sarah? Sarah suddenly conceals her face and then
少しだけ。
she clings tightly to my arm, leaning heavily on me. Wait. Her chest is directly touching my arm. Hey Sarah, I was joking earlier. You know, I wasn't particularly...
違います。少し気持ちが悪く。
Hey Sarah, are you okay?
もう喉まで。
Hang in there, not much longer now. With Sarah continuing to retch, I massage her back in long strokes. That reminds me, she had her head down and kept silent at first. Jeez. This one's nothing but trouble.
すみません。ありが死にたいです。
Don't say that. It'll wash right off after.
後で預からせてください。責任を持ってきれいにしておきますので。
I won't have anything to wear on the way home, though.
しかしそんな格好を公衆の面前にさらされてしまうと、私のプライドが。
Surely it would be my pride hanging in the balance. Anyway, you should have accumulated plenty of experience, didn't you? Then that should have been not.
そんな特殊な経験はありません。
I have, by the way. I wish she wouldn't look at me like that. I wish she wouldn't look at me like a piece of... Well, I am covered in dirt, I suppose.
だったら、キスくらいであんなに大騒ぎしなくても。
Why is she sulking? Kissing is a big deal. It's not something you do to someone unless you love them.
すみませんでしたね。好きでもない人で。大体何なんですか、せつなさんは。好きな人がいるならいると言ってくれればいいじゃないですか。
Now she's getting angry with me. Well, I did say so in the end, but then you...
タイミングの問題です。わざわざ人が弱ってる時を狙わないでください。
I wasn't striking you.
さて、どうでしょう。
Why is she blaming me for this?
と、ここで話すべき話ではありませんでしたね。
Sarah averts her gaze and instead directs it to the basket placed in the center of the plaza. Whew, I'm saved.
この件につきましてはまた後ほどじっくりと。
Ugh, is she serious?
ですが、妙ですね。
Strange?
サンドイッチの減り方がいつもより遅いような気がします。
It might appear that way since we brought so many, but even taking that into account, the children don't seem to be biting. I'd say there are about half as many gathered here compared to yesterday.
レモンちゃんに昨日のことを謝りたかったのですが。
Looking around the square, Karin is nowhere to be found. Well, I didn't expect her to turn up, but the fact that Peach is absent too means...
やはり嫌われてしまったのでしょうか。
Or maybe they're just sick of corn sandwiches.
それはありえません。
That was a swift denial? Well, I don't think that's the case either. Don't worry yourself, it's just one of those days. The ones who didn't show up today are probably the mini Avalon crew. Karin must have forbidden them from approaching Sarah or something like that. She's a stubborn one too, after all. Well, Karin did witness the conflict between Avalon and the church with her own eyes. I can understand her distrust for Sarah. If anything, I'm the strange one for trusting her without any substantial evidence. But on the other hand, that's how I'm able to mediate between the two of them. Hey, you guys, take the whole basket. Grab some for your friends later. As soon as I call out, the two of them venture off into the shadows and park the basket. The next moment, Sarah and I are the only ones left in the plaza. Just as unsociable as usual.
誰に似たんでしょうね。
Don't make it sound like they're my kids.
口の悪いところとかそっくりですよ。可愛くむくれても無駄です。
Am I really that similar to the children here? They speak too little, are ungrateful and impossible to read, plus they flock to anyone who's kind to them. I guess we are alike.
せつなさんも昔はここで暮らされてたんですか？
No, I was... Where did I come from? I only have hazy emotions and bits of pieces to go on, but I can say one thing for certain. Somewhere much, much nicer than here. Thinking back on it now, it was a time filled with happiness. That's why I failed to notice the most important thing. I got kicked out because of a bunch of stuff that happened, so I'm living with Dinne now.
リンネちゃん。以前、教会前でお会いしたあの子ですよね。帽子の。
That's right, the one with the hat.
お会いしたのはあの時が初めてですが、話はよく伺っていましたよ。
From Setsuna, I assume.
何でも、機械いじりが趣味の不思議な子だとか。
She hasn't changed. She's always cooped in her room messing with something or other. Sarah looks down and falls silent.
彼女からお兄さんのこと、何か聞かれていますか？
Not really. She just said that he's gone missing. I'm sure that's because I've avoided that subject too. But Inez never tried telling me about him either. She's always called him Setsuna like it's nothing. Never once looked awkward when she did it. And it was 5 years after all. Enough time for hope to completely vanish, as well as time to forget her disappointment and grief. No way that I should forget. It's penetrated deep into her heart. She's just pretending to have forgotten about it.
強いんですね、リンネちゃんは。
Yeah, she is. And she's a cheerful, positive, and hard worker. Shockingly so, in fact.
羨ましいです。
Well, I could say the same about you. Everyone here is Brazilian in some sense of the word. Instead of getting discouraged or giving up, they wear smiles on their faces, even when they're suffering. And even with all the suffering they must have endured. That's what makes me want to change. Though, it's sort of pathetic to say it to someone's face, so I won't. Hey, can you tell me about him? Setsuna, if you want.
ええ、元よりそのつもりです。ただ、
Sarah falters for a moment, then continues.
リンネちゃんには秘密にしておいていただけますか？
Of course, I know at least that much. She sees me nod, then begins her story.
私があの人と出会ったのは、教会前の広場です。衛兵に囲まれて殴られていたのを、私が止めに入ったのがきっかけでした。あの人は、アバロンのスパイだと疑いをかけられていました。似たようなことがありましたよね。
Sarah shoots me a slightly mischievous glance. I suppose it does. Though the Avalon back then were actual insurgent army, the church was fighting at the time. It would be euphemism to say he was being beat up. I bet they would have ended up killing him if she'd let them be.
と、それからいろいろありまして、私はあの人とお付き合いさせていただくことになりました。
You're skipping over it? That's the best part.
詳しく聞かれたいのですか
No, that's fine. Just give me a quick summary. Hearing her speak fondly of Setsuna would just get me riled up anyways.
コーンスープをお出ししたところ、痛く感激されまして、私の手を取って、俺のために一生コーンスープを作ってくれ、と。
I told her to keep it short, though I must say that's a rather corny line. だったー。
という夢を見まして、私は自分自身の恋心に気づかされたんです。
It was just a dream. Well, she must have liked him so much that he appeared in her dreams. Pretty sure this corn fanatic's dreams are irrelevant here, honestly. But he was suspected of being a spy, right? Were you fine getting involved with him?
スパイ容疑だなんてとんでもない。
But no matter how much you insisted on that, the grown-ups around you must have...
あの人は正真正銘、アバロンのスパイでしたよ。
Huh?
妙だとは思ったんですよね。時々柄の悪い方たちと歩かれているのを見かけましたし。ですが猛アタックの甲斐もあり、晴れてお付き合いさせていただけることになったんです。
Wasn't he just using you?
かもしれませんね。
Perhaps?
ですがあの人はきちんと話してくださいましたよ。自分たちはこの世界を、アイランドを救いたいだけだって、すべてを包み隠さず、私に話してくださったんです。
Oh. He might not have been such a bad guy after all.
ことが終わった後に、ベッドの上で。
After... He's the worst.
口下手な人だったんですよ。
I don't think that was the problem. But he's better than me, just by talking to her, I suppose.
私は教会の考えをあの人にお伝えしました。教会も、願いはアバロンと同じだと。教会とアバロンの和解が成立したのは、その直後のことでした。
Was that because of the two of you, by any chance?
それはわかりません。ただの偶然かもしれませんし、私も知らないところで、あの人が奔走してくれたのかもしれません。ですが私はこう考えています。もともと双方の願いは同じだったのだから、和解は当然の結果だ、と。
Yesterday, at the altar, Sarah concluded that the conflict was a meaningless one. Sarah knew that there was no need for the church in Avalon to fight, that the fight had simply taken lives. But that was put to an end 5 years ago.
問題は、その後です。
Sarah's voice grows firm.
和解後間もなく、聖地アバロンを探すために、遠征隊が組織されました。言い換えれば、アイランドの外に活路を見出すための先遣隊です。アイランドの外は、禁域と定められた場所。聖地を探し求めたために、数えきれないほどの人間が命を落としたと。私は本当は、反対したかったんです。ですがあの人は。
Setsuna joined the exploration team, and Sarah unable to stop him. That was Setsuna's wish, as well as Sarah's.
大聖堂の奥にある、アイランドと外の世界をつなぐゲート。普段は近づくことさえ禁じられているのですが、その日だけは違いました。遠征隊の走行式です。ゲート前は、別れを惜しむ家族や恋人でごった返していました。ですが、あの人は一人でした。私にできたのは、ゲートの向こうに消えるあの人の背中を。
I'm sure that was enough for him, though. Even though he was alone, he had someone to send him off. Even though he was alone, he had a person waiting for him to come home. I have to ask her, the one person who'd been waiting for him, the most cruel question of all. But if he's the man cut in meth, if the church was indeed hiding the truth... I heard that no one returned, though. That's the crux of the matter.
それは、
Sarah takes a quick glance all around us, then speaks in a low voice.
それは、教会の嘘です。戻ってきたのは7人。誰もが衰弱しきり、瀕死の状態だったと聞いています。
7?
残りのメンバーは、アイランドに帰り着くことさえできなかったそうです。そう。アイランドの外は死の世界。 希望はありませんでした。
That was the truth the church had kept hidden. That was the secret of the world that the church had been protecting all this time.
事実を公にすることはできませんでした。当時のアイランドにはまだアバロンを支持する者が多く、彼らは外の世界に希望を求めていましたから。
Hope can be surprisingly fragile. It gets chipped away little by little every day. But if it suddenly got smashed to pieces one day, their hearts would suffer the same fate. They wouldn't be able to pick themselves up again after that.
教会は7人の存在を闇に葬ることを決めました。彼らを極秘裏に収容していた病院に火を放ったんです。
Wait a sec, that's...
はい。口封じです。
Why did they have to go that far? Surely there must have been other ways to keep them quiet.
事件を私は人の噂で知りました。病院で火の不始末があり、隔離病棟に入院していた6人の患者が亡くなったと。
6? Then the one that lived was...
それが事件の3日後、あの人は私の前に姿を現しました。全身が炎に焼かれ、目を背けたくなるようなひどいありさまでした。あの人は私に事件の真相を話し、それから言いました。決して誰にも話すなと。それがあの人の最後の言葉でした。
Sarah's legs are shaking.
なのに、私は彼の言葉の意味を理解してあげることができませんでした。どうして最後に私の前に姿を見せたのか。どうして最後に私に真実を伝えたのか。誰にも話せないのなら、どうして私に。
I'm sure the reason for that was a simple one. He probably wanted to meet you one last time before he died. And also, he probably didn't want his last words to be a lie. Sarah's a wise woman. She should know that much without me telling her. She just doesn't want to acknowledge it. If I had sent someone to their death, I wouldn't want to acknowledge that they'd wanted me at the very end of their life either.
あんなことになることが分かっていたら、生かさなかったのに。絶対に、この手を離さなかったのに。
That's not true. Sarah and Setsuna protected this island by not letting their hope die. They gave the people strength to stand once more. The two of them kept their promise they made to the very end. You'll get sick again.
あ、はい。
Ha! Even on our way back up the lift, I'm struggling to find a way to break the ice. The difference is, this time, it's become harder to make conversation since Sarah looks like somewhat of an empty shell. This is the face of a person who's just spilled all her secrets, I'm sure. Sure. Maybe Sarah has more left to say, but... Suddenly plunged in darkness, the lift comes to a halt. Sarah, are you okay?
はい、平気です。
I feel her tugging at my sleeve. I can feel her trembling.
故障でしょうか。
The lights are out. Maybe it's a power cut.
ですが、こんなこと今まで一度も。
Is there an emergency procedure?
ありません。
I hold my breath and listen for any sounds. Silence. Lift has come to a complete stop. It doesn't look like we're in any danger for now. Let's just wait it out until someone fixes
も
it.
し、ずっとこのままだったら。
It's okay. We'll figure something out.
はい。
Two of us sit on the cold floor. There's nothing we can do but wait. Nothing but wait and hope that something bad will happen. That nothing bad will happen, not something bad. I wonder how much time has passed. Our vision might have returned thanks to the emergency light that lit up but the button itself was unresponsive and the lift shows no sign of moving. I don't know what's going on outside, but I bet things are not back to normal just yet. Shut off from the outside world, the lift is just a stone tomb. Is it protecting us from the world, or is it protecting the world by keeping us locked in? I can't help but feel irritated that I can't do anything but wait.
狭い場所は苦手です。狭い場所に閉じこもっていると、自分の時間と本当の時間がずれていくような気がするんです。
What is real time though? There's no absolute measure of time. Such a thing doesn't exist. That's why standard needs to be put in place. That's why we need to find not time that someone else has imposed on us, but our own sense of time. Maybe that's why people want to venture into the outside world. People are creatures of desire. They seek what they cannot find here. An ideal, which must exist elsewhere. What's wrong?
あ、いえ。せつなさんも難しい話をするんだなと思いまして。
What was your impression of me before?
ノリと勢いだけで生きているものとばかり。
Well, you're mostly right about that. There's nothing wrong with living that way, as long as things are going well. But that's not good enough.
いえ、いいと思いますよ。あの人も割と勢い任せでしたから。
Setsuna, huh?
放っておくと、すぐにとんでもないことをし始めるんです。命綱もなしに、教会の屋根に登って勝手に修繕を始めた時は、いろんな意味で肝を冷やされました。
Ah! This reminds me of when I fixed the roof at Sara's house on the island thing, you know, where like just before Dine was like, "You killed my Setsuna," and all that. Yeah, he helped the church even though he was an Avalon spy.
あの人にはアバロンも教会もないんです。おそらくスパイだという自覚もなかったかと。
I see. He really was like me.
アイランドの外に通じる抜け穴を見つけたから一緒に行ってみないかと言われたこともあります。
Did you?
とんでもない。外に出ることは固く禁じられていますから。
Sorry, foolish question. The church forbids people from going outside. The church tries to protect people from the world of death. But people lose their senses when they continue to be cooped up in a small place. That's why Sarah and Setsuna wanted to change the island. Hey, Sarah, mind if I asked another foolish question?
なんでしょう、突然改まって。
It's something I've wanted to ask for a while now. Why are you going to these lengths for the island? She hands out food to the colorless children. She saved an Avalon spy. She's concerned for the island's future. I didn't get a chance to ask her back then. Rather, I didn't have the right to hear the answer to that question. But I feel like I do now.
それが私の宿命ですから。
Destiny?
幼い頃に母から聞かされたことがあります。ガーランド家は汚れた一族だと。
A family besmirched?
そして、その罪はお前の体にも刻まれていると。その時はよく意味がわかりませんでした。幼心にかっこいいとさえ思っていました。
Cool?
見ますか
Okay, Sarah. Sarah chuckles at me. Maybe it's just my imagination that her expression suddenly looks like a little girl's. Sarah? She might have taken that as a yes, or maybe she had no intention of asking me in the first place. Sarah pulls down the neck of her robes, without embarrassment nor hesitation. Hey, Sarah, what are you... She continues exposing her naked flesh
これ
until...
が私の罪の証です。
It enters my vision for a brief moment, and it comes to my senses. Then I come to my senses. Cover it up. It's not something you should be showing to other people. I grab Sarah's ribs and forcibly redress her. Her heart isn't throbbing because I got to see the breasts. I My heart isn't racing, isn't throbbing because I got to see the breasts. I'd only imagined in my wildest dreams, of course. On the left breast towards the middle, right, where her heart would be, was something that still burns. That's something that still burns in my mind. Mole? No, it would be unusual for one to be such a defined shape. So this is...
楽園です。ガーランド家に生まれた女の子は、ここに烙印をされるのだそうです。かつての罪を忘れないために。
With a slender finger, Sarah traces over the brand over her white clothes. Obviously, there's no way of knowing what those sins are or were. But even if they've forgotten the Garan family, by etching it on their bodies, make sure they never forget the fact that they have sinned. And here they are connected by blood and passing one soul to another over the passage of countless years.
なら、私だけが目を背けるわけにはいきません。
So that's the reason why Sarah fights.
私にばかり話させてずるいです。今度はせつなさんのことを教えてください。
Oh, it's alright. I'm not an amazing person like you. I'm nobody. It's hard enough just to tell the truth nowadays. I think I'm still in the middle of discovering who I am.
では、いつか見つかったらお話ししてくださいね。
Yeah, of course.
約束ですよ。
I still don't know when that will be, but I'm sure I'll discover my true self at the end of my journey. Oh? The lights have come back on, and the floor starts to shake.
よかった。ようやく動き出したみたいですね。
Haven't taken a single step outside the lift. Sarah stares wide-eyed at the sky above. Stars are shining. Must have been trapped in the lift for quite a while, haven't we?
みたいですね。
Crap. If word gets out that we've been away from the church all this time, they might even find out the grapevine that we've been giving food to the children too. If the residents find out that we've been breaking our own rules while the ration system is still in effect...
そうでした。急いで戻り、
Sarah covers her mouth and sinks to the ground. Well, I figured this would happen. There's no use panicking about that now. Why don't you rest up a bit? I take her by the hand and guide her to the bench. Then...
サラ様、ここにいらしたんですか?
I turn around to find an irritated woman standing there, barking at us. She's a nun from the church, judging by her
こ
appearance.
のような時に、一体どこを出歩かれていたのですか、サラ様?
何かあったのですか?
ご存知ないのですか? 停電でアイランド中が大騒ぎですよ。徐々に復旧しつつあるようですが、まだ空の明かりも戻ってきていません。
A power cut? So it's not nighttime. That means...
あなたは?
She suddenly shoots me a piercing look, and I hastily let go of Sarah's hand. I'm just her bodyguard.
サラ様に向かってこいつとは何事ですか?
まあまあ、今はそんなことより、
どうされました、サラ様? まさかこの男に何か?
いえ、リフトで。
リフト?
いえ、
Sarah's getting flustered and tongue-tied. Looks like I'm going to have to come to the rescue. Don't make her say it. She has morning sickness.
何を言い出すんですか、せつなさんは!
Just go with it. You'd be in serious trouble if they found out now, right?
後からもっと困ることになりそうなのですが。
I'll take responsibility.
どんな形で取ることになっても知りませんからね。
Oh, well, it worked out somehow.
そういうことですので、私のことはお気になさらず。
まさか、本当にご解任なさっているのですか?
She still seems to have her doubts, so I'll give it one more push. Oh, there. Don't bother your mom too much, Mala.
なんで名前をつけるんですか?
It's just a placeholder for now.
よくありません。やはり晴天から取ってマリアとかにですね。
Could you stop complicating this situation?
あ、そうですよね。男の子か女の子かも分かってないのに、名前なんて早すぎますよね。
We seem to be getting the hang of it. Do you want children by any chance?
欲しいですよ、そりゃもう。
Oh.
サラ様。
Whoa, that made me jump. And why is she crying?
ありがとうございます、サラ様。サラ様がご解任なさったとなれば、お父上様もきっとお考えを改めていただけるはずです。長かった認識票の発行制限もこれでついに。
Identification.
私はずっとこの時をお待ちしておりました。こうしてはいられません。すぐに教会に戻ってガーランド枢機卿にご報告してまいります。
ちょっと
Sarah tries chasing off the woman who dashes off. Wait, Sarah. I grab hold of her hand. We can clear up the misunderstanding later.
ですが、父に誤解されてはさ。
Forget that now. She mentioned a power cut earlier, didn't she?
停電？ええ、もしかしたら発電所で何かがあったのかもしれませんね。
I have a bad feeling about this. Nurvan, Dinne's grandfather, works at the power plant. Where is it, Sarah? What if something did happen? What if something irreversible happened while we were trapped in the lift?
ご案内します。ついてきてください。
We take the lift down to the second stratum and following Sarah's lead, it takes approximately 15 minutes. They're on the other side of the commercial district, and right in the middle of the industrial district is a power plant. We step inside the building after pushing through the first open fence. The path is only lit with emergency lights. It's so dark that I can't have trouble finding my feet. Is it always like this?
いえ、以前父の視察に同行した時は警備員もいましたし、明かりだって。
Sarah points out the map of the building on the wall.
行きましょう。中央制御室はこちらです。
2号機の再稼働はまだか。
冷却終了まであと25分です。空気循環システム依然として停止したままです。第4層の二酸化炭素濃度危険域。
構わん。第1層の維持に全ての電力を回せ。
The central control room. Angry bellows fill in the air.
そこで何してる。ここは立ち入り禁止だ。持ち場に戻れ。
What?
刹那か。お前はなぜこんなところにおる。
Oh, Nurvan, I'm glad you're okay.
ああ、幸い死人は出ておらん。何名か怪我を負った者はいるがな。
Casualties? What on earth happened?
札なしのガキどもだ。集団で押し寄せてきたかと思うと、あちこちぶち壊していきよった。
The colorless kids, they can't possibly be.
大方上層へのやっかみだろう。奴らが住み着いている第4層への宮殿は最低限に絞られているからな。まったくやってくれる。復旧にどれだけ時間がかかることか。
まさかあの子たちがそんなことを。
お前さんサラ・ガーランドか。
The din in the control room vanishes in a moment. The men stop in their tracks and direct their gaze at Sarah.
ネハンさんが発電所に勤められているとお聞きしまして。
Sarah showed me the way here.
待て待て、何が何やらさっぱりわからん。
Nurvan looks back and forth between Sarah and me, his eyes darting about.
ネハンさん、実はセツナさんは私のせいで。
Now's not the time for that, Sarah.
そんなことではありません。私にとっては重要なことです。
Anyway, Nurvan, about the children who smashed up the place.
ねえ、もういい。とりあえず話は後で聞く。見てる通り今は忙しい。
Oh.
仕事の邪魔だ。隅の方にでも立っていろ。
Sarah and I can only do as we're told, watching Nurvan at work from the corner of the control room. If only there was something we could do to help, but with half of these specialist terms flying across the room, going completely over our heads, it doesn't look like there will be much of an opening for us to chip in. Nervan dashes in and out of the control room, under orders from a man who looks to be his superior. It's kind of unsettling to see him dragging his legs sometime though. Beads of sweat form on his brow, his face scrunches up in agony, and he rolls out in encouragement to his subordinates. And with that, the hustle and bustle finally dies down. Once I piece together the jumbled fragments of speech, I figure out that they were able to get the previously generated number 2 up and running again. And so ends the commotion surrounding the power cut.
なるほど。お前の仕事というのはサラ・ガーランドの警護だったわけか。
Sorry for keeping quiet about it all this time, Nervan.
ペラペラ喋って回るような仕事でもあるまい。よからぬやからに目をつけられるのがオチだ。
It's already happened, in fact.
で、そんなお前がなぜ警護すべき相手をこんなところに連れてきた。もし何かあったらどうするつもりだ。お前に責任が取れるのか。仕事は遊びじゃないんだぞ。人の命に関わる仕事ならなおさらだ。
He's hit the nail on the head. I just acted on impulse again without giving any actions, a single thought.
お言葉ですがね、ハンさん。刹那さんはあなたのことを心配してですね。
わしの命とお前さんの命、どっちが重い。そんなことも教えてもらっとらんのか、ガーランドのお嬢さんは。
聖典には命の価値は平等だと。
わしが死んでも代わりはいくらでもいる。だがお前さんに何かあればアイランドは滅ぶぞ。教会は一枚岩じゃない。お前さんの親父さんは民衆からの指示で枢機卿の座に上り詰めた男。教会の他の派閥の人間から見れば異端者だ。民衆の支持基盤を失えば教会は内側から瓦解するだろう。つまり教会のマスコットであるお前。
That's enough, Nervan. I'm the one at fault here. Don't blame Sarah.
二人でかばい合いか。短い期間で随分仲良くなったようだな。
Nervan heaves a deep sigh, then casts his eye downwards.
サラ・ガーランド。お前さんは刹那なら誰でもいいのか。
So, you know.
あいつは隠しているつもりだったようだがな。孫のことくらいちゃんと見ておるわ。あいつがアバロンに入ったことも遠征隊に参加したことももちろんこいつと馬鹿げた恋愛ごっこをしとったこともな。
私もあの人も馬鹿げてなど。
うちの男は皆甲斐性なしだ。そんな男がよりにもよって枢機卿のご息女と付き合うなどと身の程知らずな恋の結末は昔から決まっとる。
私たちは違います。
ならなぜあいつはアイランドを出て行った。
それは
今頃聖地とやらで若い子をはべらせて楽しくやってるのかもしれんな。
違います。あの人はですね。
Calm down, Sarah. I keep the anchored Sarah under control before standing face to face with Nervan. Nervan, why do you always have to be like that? All you do is grumble on and on about the past. How many times are you going to repeat yourself?
言ったはずだ。年寄りにできることは自らの経験を語って聞かせることだけだと。経験の足りないお前たちにな。
Inexperience?
そんなことはないと。自分は人並み以上の経験をしてきたと。大間違いだ。お前たちに計り知れるほど世界は浅くはない。
So you're saying that you know it all then?
知らんよ。わしが知ってるのはわしが見てきたことだけだ。だからそれをこうしてお前らに話しておる。
You don't need to tell me that.
お教えください、ネハンさん。何が過ちだったのかを。
Sarah?
ここまで行ってもまだわからんとはな。所詮はただのマスコットか。いいかサラ・ガーランド、お前さんとセツナがつるまんでもいずれ戦いは終わっとった。教会側の勝利でな。
ですがそれでは。
アバロンとの和解で何を得た。最初から希望がなければセツナのバカも外の世界になど行かずに済んだものを。
Why does he have to say it like that? Why do people who sacrifice their own lives for others have to be treated like idiots?
ごもっともです。
Sarah!
いいんです、セツナさん。ネハンさんのおっしゃる通りです。
話は以上だ。分かったら早く上に戻ることだ。
お仕事中にありがとうございました。失礼します。
Why did Sarah step down so readily? If they hadn't done anything, surely.
何をボケっとしておる。とっととこのお嬢さんを教会に送り届けてこい。それとリンネに伝えておけ。今夜は帰れそうにないとな。
行きましょう、セツナさん。
With Sarah urging me to leave, I enter the control room. As I step through the door, I hear Nervan's voice coming from behind.
サラ・ガーランド、お前さんの親父さんはよくやっておる。今のような時代には他人を犠牲にしてでも生き残る図太さが必要だ。
What's with that pompous old git? Ranting on like he's all that. Sarah, don't let what Nervan said get you. He's full of crap. Hey, Sarah? Sarah's come to a stop at a giant hole in the middle of the park. What's wrong? Do you see something? I stand next to Sarah and stare down into the abyss. Below is the commercial district, where we just were earlier. Below that is the third stratum. The streets lit up here and there. And below that is nothing but pure darkness.
昔はずっと下まで光が灯っていたのでしょうか。
Maybe. I can't even imagine that though.
もしそうなら、仮想を犠牲にすることで私たちは今日まで生き残ってきたのかもしれませんね。
The sigh escaped Sarah's lips in a cloud of white, so it didn't just affect the lighting, but the climate control too?
私のやっていたことは父に対するただの子供っぽい反抗だったのかもしれません。
Cardinal Garand, the highest authority in the church. It doesn't matter what your reasons are. What's important is your desire to save the island.
救う方法などあるのでしょうか。
Huh?
もしかしたら父のやり方が最善なのかもしれません。
The island is a sinking ship, and that's precisely why it needs someone at the helm. To give us a little longer before the end comes. To give us a little longer before help arrives. I understand that, but it's clear that the situation is only getting worse if we just wait. You'll catch a cold if you stay out here. Let's go inside.
はい。
But, contrary to her words, Sarah's showing no signs of moving from her spot. Her eyes just focus on that bottomless, pitch black hole.
どうして私たちはこんな時代に生まれてしまったのでしょう。
I'm sure it's the same as any other. The island is just a solitary ship floating on the waters of death. But I know its crew are searching for ways to survive. You might not like this, but I'm actually quite fond of times we're in. Everyone's doing their best to survive. Well, that's the best time to be in. Well, the best time to be in is where everyone could have an easy life though.
やはりセツナさんは不思議な人ですね。 まるで他の時代を見てきたかのようです。
Other times? Yeah, that's right. I've traveled here through time, in order to save the world. Like hell I did. That's just another bold-faced lie from God knows when. The first one I ever told. Once you've told a lie, you can never take it back. But
信じちゃいますよ。
if that's what you want, I'll make it true. If that's the case, I'll make all the lies I've told true. Then no one will have any complaints. Someone who hurts and upsets no one. That's the kind of man I'll become. Never Airando.
Setsuna!
I think I'll end it after this short bit. It's like 3:15. Oh, what's the matter? What happened, Dine? The moment I come home, I find Dine's arms wrapped around me.
どうしたじゃないよ。急に空が暗くなったから何かあったんじゃないかって。
Were you worried about me?
当たり前だよ。
Oh.
ね、おじいちゃんは大丈夫かな。もし発電所で事故でも起きてたら。
Don't worry, Nirvan's fine.
もしかして様子見てきてくれたの？
Yeah, he told me off for disturbing him at work though.
よかった。
Dine deflates with a huge sigh. They might argue all the time, but family's still family at the end of the day. Thing is, it'll take a while to get things running again. By the looks of it, he said it's unlikely he'll make it home tonight.
そっか。じゃあ今夜は二人きりだね。
Huh? Yeah, that's right. Wait, why am I getting flustered?
じゃあ早速パーツ探しに行こっか。
See, nothing to get flustered about. That's who she is. Okay then, I'll get dinner ready at warp speed. Just wait a sec.
はい、あれ？
She hands me a slightly tattered handbag. Peering inside, I find it contained a few pieces of bread. What? Is this our packed lunch?
第4話、刹那出撃数。
I knew it. I'm done. What the hell is this? The board is a sea of white, like an endless snowscape.
もう一回しよう。
Give me a break. If I lose any more points, my item just come back is never going to happen.
もう仕方ないな。
Frustrated, Dine begins tidying away the Othello board. Damn it. If I knew this would happen, I would have been better off not betting my Setsuna points. Incidentally, I'm currently at minus 95 million. Before our game of Othello, I started off with minus 61 million Setsuna points, and each loss wiped off a million, so... Wait, that's 34 losses? And why are you crazy good at this game? You didn't even know how the rules to begin with. You didn't know the rules to begin with.
機械の配線と同じだよ。ショートしないように順番に繋いでいくだけだもん。
Yeah, I don't get any of it.
でも全部白にするのはちょっと難しいかも。相手の出方次第だし。
Is she a prodigy or something? She might not do well if I teach her chess or Go, but well, I don't know the rules myself, so it's not like there's any way to teach her. I'll just check how it's looking outside.
あ、うん。気をつけてね。
An oil lamp in hand, I proceed to the tunnel. Usually the entrance would be bathed in the faint glow from the starlight. Same as before, huh? Dina and I were supposed to be enjoying our time alone on the snowy peak. But in this world, nature rules the roost. The wind and snow lashes out, as if to cast aside anyone who stands in its way. I bet that if I were caught up in the storm, I'd be swallowed whole. No matter how much people may struggle, they're powerless in the face of nature. I shake away the bad memories creeping in my mind. But the cease from these memories, resurfacing, just won't go away. Even now, the island is slowly continuing to sink. Will it just disappear into the snowstorm at this rate? This definitely isn't the time to be wallowing. In fact, it's the perfect chance for a fresh start.
おかえり、せつな。どうだっ
Bad. It might be like this for the rest of the night.
た？そっか。あ、動かないで。雪が服に入っちゃうよ。
Dine reaches up and brushes off the snow that had fallen on my head. I feel kind of embarrassed, like I had my head patted.
あれ？その手に持ってるの、何？
This? Why, I thrust out to a bowl, filled to the rim with snow. It's shaved ice.
かき氷？
I promised I'd get you something tasty, didn't I?
でも、雪は食べられないよ。
Hang on a sec, this is where the magic happens. I take out the sugar I bought earlier from my rucksack and sprinkle it onto the snow. It looks a bit shoddy, but the taste should be more or less the same. Add a spoon and... Hey presto, it's done! Dina takes the bowl of shaved ice, her eyes swiveling about in shock. Well, give it a try.
でも、雪に砂糖をかけただけで。
A tiny scoop in her mouth is enough to cut her off.
おいしい。
Right?
何これ？おいしい。おいしいよ。
Hey. Don't have too much at once or... Dina squeezes her eyes tight and presses down on her temples. That's the universal reaction, alright?
すごい。雪がこんなに美味しかったなんて、私知らなかった。あ、みんなにも教えなきゃ。雪が食べられるんだったら、お腹が空いても困らないよ。
Best not. It's just sugar water. Once it's melted, it won't fill anyone up.
なんだ、そうなんだ。
And that sugar was freaking expensive to boot. A real thing is much more extravagant. The expensive ones have red bean paste and dumplings on top.
あんこ？白玉？
Right. She wouldn't know about those. What other ones are there? Ones with strawberry syrup and condensed milk drizzled on top.
いちご練乳？それなら知ってるよ。
There's no telling what she knows and doesn't.
そっか。いちご練乳ってかき氷のことだったんだ。
With another mouthful of shaved ice, Dina's eyes narrow. I bet she's trying to imagine the flavor of strawberry and condensed milk. But that might have proven too difficult for her, as she cricks her neck to the side. Hey, Dina?
お、何？
Dina looks at me with the spoon still in her mouth. Seeing that guileless face makes my heart twitch. Sorry, it's just a fake. I can't show her the ocean or treat her to shaved ice. Everything I've given her has been fake.
偽物なんかじゃないよ。私にはこれが本物。だってこれが私が食べた初めてのかき氷だもん。
She's saying shaved ice on purpose. The first one is real, huh? I see, you might be right.
あれ？どうして元気なくなっちゃうの？
What are you talking about? I'm not...
あ、ごめんね。私ばっかり食べちゃってるからだよね。
Dina's obviously got the wrong end of the stick somehow. She passes me a spoon of shaved ice.
せつなもどうぞ。
This would be an indirect kiss, though we're close enough not to care about that, I suppose. I go ahead and close my mouth on the spoon.
どう？おいしい？
Yeah, it's great. Just a little on the cold side. Shaved ice really is best eaten in summer.
やっぱりおいしい。でもやっぱり頭が。
She can eat that much of it in this weather? Looking over, half admiring, half bemused at the spectacle, I find the contents of the bowl disappear at an astonishing speed.
ごちそうさま。
Oh, it wasn't that much.
じゃあ休憩終わり。今日こそ完成させるよ。アイランダー。
Dina heads towards the cockpit of the Islander with enthusiasm. Before... What's wrong?
お腹痛い。
Well, she did finish it in one go. Hey, you look pale. Get to the bathroom quick. Alright, there isn't one here. And there's a blizzard outside. So what could she do instead?
も
Dina's eyes seem to be indicating towards something. The lid bucket? Wait, you're not serious. You're going to...
う、せつなはあっち行ってて。
Oh, okay.
あんまり進まなかったね、アイランダー作り。
Well, you couldn't help it. There was no way we could have gone searching around in the snowstorm.
でも、
We make our way home from our secret workshop, trying to cheer Dine up, dejectedly trudging along with her back slouched. And you had a stomachache too.
それはもう忘れていいよ。
No, I'll never forget this day. You tried shaved ice for the first time. Today's worth commemorating.
せつなの意地悪。
Huh? Am I not lifting her spirits? Sorry, I made you eat shaved ice when the weather's this cold.
それはいいの。嬉しかったよ。私のためにしてくれたんだよね。
I guess so. I don't have anywhere to look, so I just turned my gaze to the sky. A starless, moonless, suffocating sky. Isn't it colder than usual today?
多分、空調が止まってるんだと思う。この間故障した時は、何人か凍死したって噂だよ。教会は否定してたけどね。
Seriously?
大丈夫。こうすればあったかいよ。
Dine squeezes my hands. Then the heat from her hands is indeed transferring to mine. I wonder if the island's inhabitants have all been living like this. Everyone huddling together, determined to endure the cold.
どうしたの？せつな。
Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine. I have someone to huddle together with. But
昨日のあの子のことが心配？
she's a sharp one.
ちょうどここだもんね。昨日、あの子と会ったの。
I shoot a glance down the dark alley, but Karin is nowhere to be found. It's all for the best, if she doesn't feel like she needs to rely on me, though. If Karin and her gang really were the ones who smashed up the generators,
下に降りる階段は、あっちだよ。
then Nell lets go of my hand and points in the direction opposite of our house. Jeez, she knows me better than I know myself. Sorry, Dinette, I'll be back real soon. Saying nothing more, I set off. But my feet won't follow suit immediately. There's always something pulling me back whenever I move away from her. I'm always haunted by the fear that something will happen while I'm gone, or that I won't be able to see her again.
せつな。
A voice calls out from behind. What's up, Dine? I keep my back turned to her. As if I were to turn around, I wouldn't be able to leave. Because I'd want to keep feeling that warmth of her body. But I'm not here to get comfortable.
早く帰ってきてね。
She sounds bright and cheerful. Contrary to my expectations, it's like she's seeing me off for work. I guess she must believe that my place is back at her home. Or maybe she's trying to make me believe that. Well, it's worked alright. You bet it. I'll be right back. Because I'm looking forward to it as well. That tattered, moldy, but warm blanket. And the one who likes to dive underneath it. On and on, I head down toward the ruins. That is the fourth stratum. The ground beneath my feet is so dark that I can't see a single thing. I find myself getting lost, running into dead ends, again and again. Screwed. I don't have any idea where Karin's hideout is, and there's no way I can fudge my way there, blind. My breath is a cloud of white. As cold as the residential district is, it's even colder here. If I dawdle any longer, I'll seriously freeze to death at this rate. Nothing to do but give up and go home, huh? So I thought, gazing up at the sky. A faint glow seeping from the giant window in the ceiling illumines the spot in front of me. It's almost as if moonlight is beaming down through the parting clouds. There, as if bathed in the spotlight, is a grave. Actually, it's something else entirely. Which looks nothing like a grave at first glance, but that's what came to mind. The junk of heat looks like a bar, a small burial mold of some kind. And placed on top of the hill is broken television. I find myself moving towards it.
誰だ
The lamplight in my eyes blinds me for a moment. When my vision returns, the one I find standing there is...
セツナ
Cutting. Thank goodness, I've been looking for you.
探した
Cutting blinks, then...
悪いな。今日は客を取る気にはなんねえんだ。
No, that's not why I came here.
じゃあ、私なんかに何の用だよ。
I have to wonder what her self-worth is like. Can't I just be worried about her? Well, it's sort of corny, so I won't say it out loud. Anyway, what are you doing here?
もともと第5層に通じる通気口があった場所だよ。ずっと昔に封鎖されたらしいけどな。
I see. So, that's why there's an open area. This pile of debris, it's a grave, isn't it?
そっか。よかった。一応墓に見えるんだな。
Karin says this with a little smile. Did she make
こ
this?
こに眠ってんのは、グレン・クルツ。私の姉貴だ。
What? So, your older sister passed away?
亡くなったはちげえよ。殺されたんだよ。教会の連中にな。
There's something kind of frightening about how calm Karin looks.
かくまってた遠征隊の生き残りが消えた。その直後だよ。姉貴がこの場所で死んでるのを見つけたのは、この辺り一面に血と肉が散らばってた。
Karin glances up at the sky. He gazes. Wow, nice. Her gaze leads up to the giant hole rising to the top stratum.
突き落とされたんだよ。
I remembered staring down into the abyss from the park on the top stratum. Makes my head stand on end. It was here all along, pits of hell, to which the giant crevice leads.
ま、表向きには事故ってことになってるけどな。奴ら
The same way as they silenced the survivors of the exploration team, huh?
姉貴はさ、知りすぎたんだよ。
And Karin still wants to know, despite all this, about the secret of the world, the truth behind the events from 5 years ago. Still, even after losing her family, I found out who the survivor from the exploration team was, you know? Karin's expression changes in an instant. Her vacant, almost tired look stiffens up.
誰だよ。
Before that, though, there's one thing I'd like to confirm with you. I chose my words carefully. But in times like these, the bluntest words are usually the most effective. Were you the one who destroyed the generators? Karin's face tells me all I need to know. What gives? I thought your goal was a revolution. You weren't supposed to put the island's inhabitants in danger.
綺麗事だな。革命に犠牲はつきもんだろ。
But what was that thoughtless rioting? If that's how you thought you were going to do things, I'm not going to have any part in that.
あんたが言ったんじゃねえか。最初から諦めてたら何も変わらねえって。
What?
今朝、ピーチと二人で教会に行ったんだよ。サラの名前を出した途端、衛兵に囲まれてさ、なんとか逃げてきたけど。
What you talking about?
何が楽しくおしゃべりでもしながらお茶を飲みましょうだ。やっぱり嘘っぱちじゃねえか。私たちをおびき出すための罠だったんじゃねえか。
You're wrong. This morning, Sarah overslept after making sandwiches for you guys. Never mind that. What happened to Peach?
もちろん助け出したさ。停電で奴らが混乱してる隙にな。
So she basically did it to save her friend?
幸い大怪我はしてなかったよ。まあ、しばらく仕事には出れねえだろうけどな。
Don't tell me. The guards.
だから言ってんだろ。教会はそういう連中なんだよ。
The church is not immutable. That's what Nirvan said. Do decent people like Sarah only make up a small part of the population? In that case, this is for Sarah's sake too. Setsuna,
突然なんだよ。
the exploration team survivor who made it back here, his name was Setsuna.
はぁ？ふざけてんじゃねえよ。セツナはあんたじゃねえか。
I guess I have to start from the beginning. I'm not Setsuna, I'm just a colorless like you.
だったらその首の札は何なんだよ。
It's what Setsuna left behind. A lot of stuff happened and I ended up borrowing it. Cutting's eyes narrow in suspicion at me. It's not unfathomable that she doesn't believe me. The notion that a man she met by chance got his hands on the collar of an exploration team survivor is pretty far-fetched. But that's how I've always been. Just a regular guy, standing at the point where countless coincidences converge. That's who I am. And as for my real name, it's...
これ以上ややこしくするんじゃねえ。
Huh?
あんたが何者でも関係ねえ。私にとっちゃあんたがセツナだ。
That's kind of... So that means... So you believe me? You believe my story? My story which has all been lies since the beginning.
だよ。嘘なのか？
So she never doubted me from the start.
なことより私が知りてえのは、その男が外の世界で何を見てきたかだ。
That's... The words lodged in my throat. The reason why Setsuna was killed by the church was because he returned without finding the Holy Land. I can tell her, right? Hey, do you believe the Holy Land exists? She just has to go to the church, then telling her piece of cake. But if she really believes in the Holy Land, however, if, like the previous Avalon, she believes that this dying world can be saved.
何言ってんだ。信じてるに決まってんだろ。
The truth would break her heart.
外の世界にはさ、海ってのがあって、その向こうには楽園があるんだ。そこはポカポカしててさ、空はキラキラしててさ、人はニコニコしてんだ。食べ物は食いきれねえくらいあって、仕事だって選び放題なんだ。
Those sparkling eyes of hers are dazzling. No paradise like that exists on this earth. Not anymore. And even if there were, she wouldn't have the picture-perfect life she's imagining.
そこへ行くためには、邪魔する教会をぶっ潰さねえといけねえんだよ。だからこうして戦ってんだよ。
If only they weren't here to push me down. If only I could get away from there. Here. These are the kind of fantasies children tend to have. Dreaming alone doesn't make them a reality. But... yeah. That's the kind of girl you are. With her, though, she might just get what she wants one day. For now, all she can do is talk about her absurd dream. Sorry for asking you so many weird questions. I don't know what the world holds. Despite having been outside, I've only seen the entrance, and it can't travel far without help from someone from this minuscule island. Someone like me has no right to deny someone's dream outright. That guy probably disappeared from you back then to meet Sarah.
じゃあ、サラを問い詰めれば。
No, Sarah doesn't know anything about the outside world either. All she knows is the fact that Setsuna returned without having discovered anything. But that's not even evidence enough to refute Holy Land's existence. I don't know about the church, but I trust Sarah. I don't have any proof. But do you really need a reason to trust someone? The risk of you being betrayed the moment you believe in something. Saying that, just a fool if you suspect everything and believe nothing. Or what's in front of you.
話になんねえな。私は目に見えねえもんは信じねえ主義だ。
The girl who says this both that the Holy Land exists and my ludicrous stories believes both the Holy Land exists and my ludicrous stories. She's certainly no fool, and she's got more courage than anyone else. Courage to keep pursuing a dream which may or may not come true.
もうわかったから私を舐めて見るなっての。
That's how I know you. She grumbles up something along the lines of, "What do you know about me anyways?" Then returns her piercing gaze to me.
要は手詰まりってことだな。
Sorry, that's about all I
やっ
learned.
ぱトップに直接聞いてみるしかねえか。
The head honcho. You mean Sarah's father? He doesn't seem like the kind of guy to get a hold of that easy.
当然、策ならある。
Karin puffs out her chest, brimming with confidence.
サラを誘拐して脅してやるんだ。
That's a barbaric way of doing things. No, wait a sec. Kidnapping doesn't necessarily involve violence. If Setsuna saw anything in the outside world, Sarah would want to know too. You actually might be on something there.
つうわけで、明日決行だ。
Wait, hang on. Don't rush it. You need to think over your plan more, carefully and smooth out the wrinkles first.
昔から善は急げって言うだろ。
I've got my doubts as to whether this is good or not. What are you actually planning to do?
明日の正午、教会前でこないだみてえに煙幕で騒ぎを起こす。その隙にあんたはサラをさらってくれ。
You make it sound so simple.
簡単だろ。
Well, I suppose. Things will probably go according to plan if she can get Sarah to cooperate. Actually, scratch that. Things will probably go according to plan if she can get me, Sarah's bodyguard, to cooperate. And a smiling Dinne, saying she wants to save the world, flashing through my mind. Got it. Count me in. There must be something I can do. Or rather, there must be something only I can do. Just promise me one thing.
サラの身に危害を加えるな。だろ？安心しろって。大事な交渉の駒を。
The same goes for you too. I might not look it, but I'm soft, sheltered modern man. I don't want any bloodshed.
ほだなしのくせに肝っ玉の小せえやつ。
Hey, hands off.
ま、わかってるって。お互い死なねえように頑張ろうぜ。
I wonder if she does have things under control. What's this? You're not in bed yet, Dinne.
おかえり、せつな。
After leaving Kat inside and returning home, I come back to find Dinne at her desk with a screwdriver in hand. Are you tinkering with machines again?
ちょっと今日中にやっておきたいことがあって。
You're dedicated. How about I help you too? Peering closer, I see electronic chips, cables, and minuscule parts strewn all over the desk. Never mind. This looks totally beyond me.
いいよいいよ。疲れてるでしょ。せつなは明日に備えて寝てて。
I come out in cold sweat from everything she was talking about Karin's plans. But it looks like I jumped to the wrong conclusion, seeing Dinez humming at her desk. I certainly want to be ready for tomorrow, but I can't very well rest on my laurels when she's burning the midnight oil. Is that a part of the Islander too?
そう。タイマーの制御基盤。単位はずっと秒だと思ってたんだけど、もしかしたら違うのかもって。
She produces the blueprint for my perusal. It's the new version, which Dinne drew after she learned the zoom in function on the laptop. Let's have a look-see. Rather than a simple blueprint, it's more like a computer program.
ねえ、ここ、ウルード氏の計算だよ。つまり、単位は年なのかも。
Nope, I don't get it at all.
あれ？だったら、タイマーの最大値って5時間半じゃなくて。
Dinne fiddles with some beads on her abacus, then casts her eyes down.
2万年？
I'm really going into cardiac arrest. Or so it feels. So that means it'll keep working even after 20,000 years?
計算上はね。でも、それじゃパイロットが。
No. It's not a robot, you know.
じゃあ何なの？
Huh?
セツナは何だと思うの？これ。
It's, I know, maybe it's a terraforming machine or something. It makes the outside world habitable for humans in 20,000 years. It gradually warms up the world outside like a microwave does with its contents. So I just make it up, but I feel like I'm actually onto a good idea.
それ。
Whoops.
それは違うんじゃないかな。
Why? This is a device for saving the world, isn't it?
外の世界は救えるかもしれないよ。でも、 今アイランドに生きてる人たちは
Ah,
2万年後にはみんな死んじゃってるよ。
would that really save the world? No, she won't accept that at the very
や
least.
っぱりアイランダーだよ。だってコックピットがあるもん。
But what about the pilot?
多分年を取らなくなるんだよ。パイロットになった代償でね。
This robot's seriously twisted.
ほら、セツナも言ってたじゃない。高速宇宙戦艦の乗組員は年を取らないって。
I did say that, but I was only speaking theoretically.
ねえ、やっぱりアイランダーなんだよ。
She forcefully draws the conclusion and turns back to her desk. Well, if that's what you want.
戦い続けろ2万年。
What's this torture? But she seems to be having so much fun, swaying along to the tune. She said she loved this world after all. And for the same reason that I do too. Back then, I thought it was because neither of us belonged to the system. I thought she said she could say she loved this dying world because she's seeing the world from the outside the system. But I might have been wrong about that. The world is dying, no doubt about it. But then, people living it haven't given, desperately seeking ways to see themselves through to the next day. In that sense, she and I, for that matter, aren't alone. We admire the people who fight for their lives, and as we come to like them, we wish to be more like them as well. That's probably all it was. I'm part of this world too. Because, look, why else did anyone not turn me away, even when I revealed that I'm nobody? That's proof right there. What's important is not where you came from, or where you're going to. It's what you're going to do, where you are now. If I keep working hard at what I can do right now, then all my actions are sure to connect up. All my actions up to this point are connected, as will the actions of the future be. That's how it is, right? Never Airando. Okay, we're gonna end it here. Because it's like...
頑張って覚えておくね。
Yeah. So we're gonna end it here. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye.